Please be seated. Good morning. We're on the record, case number 12 CF 1083A, State versus George Zimmerman. Before we get started, I want to make an announcement that Juror B72 was dismissed for reasons totally unrelated to this case. So he will not be with us today. And the court has reviewed the testimony of Mr. Nofke. The court has reviewed the case law, heard the arguments. Defense motion to a defense objection based upon the Williams rule is denied. The defense objection as to relevancy is denied. The tapes will come into evidence. Counsel will approach. There's one matter I want to give you a copy of. We ready to bring the jury in?
Ready, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's bring them in. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I'm going to go through my morning questions. If your answer is yes to any of my questions, please raise your hand. During the overnight visit, did any of you have any conversations amongst yourselves or with anybody else? No hands are being raised. Did any of you read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you use an electronic device to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology? No hands are being raised. And finally, did any of you read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case? No hands are being raised. Thank you very much. State, call your next witness.
Okay, we call James Verdiga.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Jane Surdyka, Surdyka.
Are you working at this time, ma'am?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How long have you been unemployed?
For a couple months.
And can you briefly tell us about your prior work experience?
Certainly. I'm a recreation therapist, and I was working at Halifax Psychiatric Hospital and also working with behavioral care with adult and teenagers and children.
Okay. And had you previously also been a teacher at a middle school?
Yes, I was a teacher for over 10 years.
Okay. Can you briefly tell us about your educational background, ma'am?
Certainly. My undergraduate degree is in health, physical education, recreation, and I went to graduate school in exercise physiology.
And your undergraduate degree was from University of Florida?
Yes,
And how about your graduate degree?
UCF.
Okay. Did you also qualify for the Olympics at some point in your life?
During the 80s is when I was running, and if they had a marathon in the Olympic Games, I would have been the top 3 runners.
Okay. And were those the Olympics that was boycotted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you married, ma'am?
No.
And do you have any children?
No.
I'm not going to ask you for your current address, but do you live in Seminole County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to February of 2012. Back in February of 2012, were you living at the retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes.
And in February of 2012, approximately how many years had you been living there?
That would be 4 years.
Okay. Were you living by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else in the house other than a cat?
No, just the cat.
And what is the cat's name?
Leah.
I want to draw your attention to specifically February 26th of 2012, a Sunday evening. Were you living at the address of 3021 Retreat View Circle?
Yes.
And is that a townhome, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe the townhome? Are the bedrooms upstairs and the rest of the town living compartments, or rooms, I should say, downstairs?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. How many bedrooms are upstairs?
3.
Okay. And the bedrooms, specifically the master bedroom, was it facing the front or the back of the residence?
The back of the residence.
And does the master bedroom have a window that faces out into what's been referred to as a dog walk or a sidewalk that sits between 2 buildings?
Yes.
Okay. Do you normally keep that window open for your cat, Leo?
I normally keep the blinds open about a foot or so because there's a cat ledge at that window where my cat lays and looks out the window to the courtyard.
Okay. Does that window also have a screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to draw your attention to that Sunday evening, February 26th of 2012. Were you home that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately at around 7:10 p.m., what were you doing?
Well, I came upstairs and I just finished taking my shower. And I was going to lay down on the bed and read a book, waiting for my British sitcom to come on. So I didn't have any volume on my television.
Okay. So let's make sure the jury understands completely the setting that you were in. You were in your master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you took a shower. Tell me in terms of the volume on the TV. I don't understand that. Was the TV on, but the volume wasn't on?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you were laying on the bed, or were you sitting down, or were you standing up?
I was laying on the bed, getting ready to read.
Okay. At that time, did something draw your attention outside of your residence?
Well, first, I heard it just started bucketing down with rain, so I had the window open. So I got up and I closed the window.
Okay. So you had the window open for Leo?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you say you physically got up and actually put the window down?
Yes.
And are these the windows that, not like the old-fashioned jalousie, these actually just come down?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And when you put the window down, did you go back to on the bed, or where did you proceed to from there?
I got up and I put the window down, and when I turned around to get, sit back on my bed to read, I heard loud voices.
Okay. At that time, you mentioned the weather condition, that it was raining outside. Can you also tell us whether it was dark or whether it was light outside?
It would be dark at that time in February.
And you mentioned that something got your attention when you heard voices. Could you tell whether there was one or two individuals, or three or four? Could you tell how many individuals were outside?
With the window closed, I just heard a very loud voice, and it kind of surprised me because I thought, well, who would be out there walking their dog in the rain, in the pouring rain out in the courtyard, because that's normally where people walk their dogs.
Okay. And then what happened then, ma'am?
So I heard it. I just sat on my bed, and I started to read, and I heard the loud voices again.
Okay. Now you said voices plural, so you were hearing at this point more than one voice?
I could only say that I heard a very loud, dominant voice at that point.
All right. Okay. The loud voice that you heard that was dominant, could you make out what was being said, if something was being said?
When I opened the window to listen.
Okay. All right. So let me backtrack a second. You heard the voices, then you heard more voices. You got up. Did you open the window at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that. How did you open? Did you physically go to the window and open it, I'm assuming? Because Leo was the only other living. Okay.
Yeah, Leo wasn't on the windowsill at that time.
Okay. All right.
I went over I heard the voices again, and I thought, oh my gosh, who would be out there? So I raised up the window, and to look, because I have the blinds about 1 foot high, I had to kneel down where the cat ledge was and open the window. So when I opened the window, I thought, I could hear now the voices.
Okay. So you stated that you had blinds. How far down were the blinds? Were they fully covering the window? Were they only halfway, 3/4 of the way, 1/4 of the way?
About a foot, 2 feet, I could see perfectly clear.
Okay. So when you said you crouched down, you had a direct view out into what?
I kneeled down, so my hands were actually even on the cat ledge, and I would look straight out into the courtyard.
Okay. Tell us, if you could, what you heard and what you saw.
Well, like I said, I thought it was unusual that someone was out there in the pouring rain. So I opened the window, and all I could really hear, I guess I expected to open the window and hear like a conversation going on. But it really wasn't like someone out there just talking. When I opened the window, I heard like a very aggressive voice, sounded very angry, very agitated. And that kind of struck me. I don't know why I didn't hear the words. I think it was just the tone of voice that I didn't understand. I knew there was something different than just a conversation going on. But then I also heard, after the loud voice is very aggressive, almost like yelling, then I would hear like a lighter, softer, higher pitched voice.
Okay. This is my word, and if it's not correct, please correct me. Did you feel that there was an exchange back and forth, or was it, when you say a dominant voice, aggressive, was the less dominant, or how did you describe the other voice?
Well, I heard more of the dominant voice. That kind of went on longer and, more aggressive. And then maybe at the end of hearing more of that voice, I would just hear a little bit of the other higher toned, softer voice, almost kind of, like talking back to that person.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get you to do.
Yes.
At that time, when you were hearing the voices, when you were looking out, could you see the voices, who they were coming from?
No, I couldn't, because I had right next to the window is my nightstand, and I had my night light on while I was reading. So there was a glare. I could only very clearly hear, not see, because of that glare of my night light on.
And let's backtrack a second. Could you tell that definitely the voices were coming from outside? In other words, outside versus somebody inside their home?
Absolutely. It was right from where I am, it's like 20, 30 feet, and you can hear it very clearly.
Okay, so somebody or two individuals outside?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned you had did you describe it as a night light or some kind of light on? Did you turn it off?
Yes, when I was hearing that it wasn't a normal conversation and, some very aggressive going on, I thought, let me shut the light off and see if I could see who it is.
Okay.
And when go ahead.
Go ahead. When you turn the light off, was your view then a better view in terms of going or looking outside of the courtyard?
Yes.
Okay. If you could tell the jury what you then observed at that time.
I just reached over and shut my light off, and then when I looked down, I could see now at that point 2 people on the ground, one on top of each other.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming when you first heard the voices and you were laying on the bed and you then mentioned getting up, etc., did you have like a stopwatch or something to time yourself as to how long it took you from the first voices you heard to the very end, or where you're at right now in terms of actually being able to see outside? Were you able to estimate how long? Let me backtrack. I apologize. Did you have a stopwatch, and were you timing yourself in terms of how long from when you first heard the voices to the point where you're at now?
I wasn't timing anything. I just
Okay.
know there was a little period of time of not hearing the voices because I didn't open the window right away.
Well, that's what I was trying to make sure that the jurors understood. So there was a gap, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, all right. If you were to estimate how long it was from when you first heard the voices to the point where you're at now, where you're actually looking out and you turned off the lights, if you estimated, how long do you think it took between the first time hearing the voices and then what you're describing now?
I could only estimate a couple minutes, maybe 5 minutes at the most.
I apologize. I had you go back and estimate the time. What then are you observing when you're now looking clearly out and the light is not obstructing your view outside? What do you observe? You mentioned something. Go ahead and tell us what you observed and what you saw.
Yes. Now I look out with the light off, and I could see right near the porches that there are 2 men on the ground.
Okay.
Men, because I know they're men now, but 2 people on the ground, one on top of each other.
All right.
And it kind of looked like they were shuffling.
You're doing something with your hands, and I'm doing something now with my hands, but if you could, it's important for you to describe what you're doing. You're doing something with your hands. If you could, articulate, because the jurors are able to hear you, or see you, I should say.
Yes.
But I want, if you could, make sure the record's clear in terms of what action you're describing between the 2 individuals.
Right. Looking down, there was one person on top of each other. They were vertical, and it's kind of like you can hear scuffling, like they're moving back and forth. I didn't see arms swinging or anything like that, but just, that they were on the ground and they were wrestling or shuffling.
Okay. You mentioned that you now know there was 2 men. At the time when you were observing, could you tell at that point whether they were men, women, kids? Could you tell the race? Could you tell the gender? Could you tell, et cetera, about them other than there were 2 people on the ground?
No, I couldn't tell that. I only knew from hearing the voice, at least it sounded like a male voice, the aggressive voice that was there earlier that I heard.
Okay. All right. Tell us what then you observed and what you heard.
When I saw the two men on the ground, or two people on the ground and shuffling, I thought, oh my gosh, something horrible is happening. So I had my cell phone right on the side where the light was. So I just grabbed the cell phone and brought it to me and started pressing 911.
Okay. And in the process of calling 911, was there additional sounds that caught your attention?
Yes, as I was pressing 911 is when I heard very clearly that I say the two yells for help.
Okay. In terms of the two individuals, the voices that you've described, one a more dominant or aggressive, and the other one, what word did you use to describe the other one?
Higher pitched.
Okay. The yells for help that you heard at that time, could you identify whether it was the dominant, louder voice or the higher pitched one?
Well, in my opinion, I truly believe, especially the second yell for help, that was like a yelp. It was excruciating. I really felt it was the boy's voice.
And in terms of distinguishing, you said, I apologize. The last sentence you said, the voice you heard yelling for help was whose voice?
Let me object, Your Honor, at this point then to improper predicate foundation for such an opinion.
Overruled.
If you could repeat your last answer, I want to make sure all the jurors heard it. You said, in terms of the voice, the last yell for help or yelp, you said it was, who did you believe in terms of between the two individuals?
The boy, the younger person. It was like a boy's voice.
Okay. And when you say a younger person, is that based on just the voices, that one was louder and more dominant and aggressive, and the other one sounded like a younger individual?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me backtrack a second. You've had experience, you mentioned in the last two jobs you had. You've dealt with children before, have you not?
Yes, I have.
And you've dealt with adults before too, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Okay. You were telling us that you heard some kind of yelp before was that before the shot, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. And then you heard a shot.
Well, I call it.
Tell us what you heard. I apologize. You tell us what you heard.
Sorry. After hearing the yelps for help, I still was staring down out the window, and I just know it was still one person on top of each other. Then I heard from my window, pop, 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 and I don't know what a gun really sounds like, but it was like three popping noises.
So you felt from your observations or hearing, you felt there was actually three pops, I guess you heard.
Yes, from my window.
Okay. And then what happened?
Like I said, it was still dark. I heard the popping noises. I was shaking, and just a little while later, one person got up, and that person got up and started walking right towards my window, where I could see that person really clear now.
All right. Now, the person, when you say started walking towards your window, were they headed towards your window you're talking about, literally? I know were you upstairs? Let's make sure the record's clear. You were upstairs, is that correct? Your
Yes.
vantage point. And so they were headed towards your building, the side?
That would be correct. They were coming closer to where my area is, where I live, so I could see them clearer.
Okay, all right. What, if you could, the observations of the person, and describe what that person was doing as best you can in terms of any actions that, was the person just walking or were they standing? How were they acting?
They just were walking closer to where I was observing from, and they came, could see them pretty clearly now because there actually was a light on the porch that was on that left side where I was observing. And the person just walked normally and then came over to where that porch was and just put his hand to his forehead, kind of like that.
And you're like almost like well, I can't put words in your mouth. You tell us, you put your hand up to your, describe, if you could, again, just demonstrate to the jury how the person had their hand up to the forehead or to the side of their head?
Well, I was looking from above, so the person just, I could see the right side very clearly, so he just kind of, almost like a salute, just kind of had his hand there and bent his knees a little bit.
Okay. What then did you observe or hear?
Just shortly after that, I believe the neighbor from that house right there where I was watching from came out of his front door, and I watched him go down the sidewalk to Mr. Zimmerman.
Okay. The person you now know as Mr. Zimmerman, is that the person you described as walking and putting his hand to the head?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the person you described now as Mr. Zimmerman, and I gather you know the other person that was shot, Trayvon Martin. Did you know him before at all?
No.
Did you know Mr. Zimmerman at all before that night?
No.
Okay. And you ended up calling, actually having contact or communicating with an operator at 911, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you some photographs if I could, ma'am. And hopefully you'll be able to see it up there from your vantage point. Please let me know if you can't. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you see that exhibit right there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you live, I'm going to kind of point, well, I don't know if I'll do a good job of this, but hold on. Kind of blow it up. Are you in this area right here? Are you in, am I, the arrow, is this where the apartments where you were at, or the townhouse where you were at back in February of 2012?
If that's where the courtyard is.
Yeah, assuming this is the courtyard T here.
Oh, okay. Now I see. Yes.
Your vantage point would have been from where the arrow is?
Yes.
Towards this area right here?
Yes.
Okay. When you mentioned that the person you know now is Mr. Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin, or you describe him as a boy, where were they in relation to where the arrow is? Or were they, I'm sorry, where they were on the ground, were they in this area over here, or where were they?
I just see it as somewhere between the first and second porch to the right within that area.
Okay, all right. Let me go down to, I'm sorry, next exhibit I want to show you is Stage Exhibit number 4. This is not your view, correct? This is just the street level view. Do you understand that? I mean, this is what I'm trying to ask. This exhibit doesn't show your view.
No.
Okay, I want to make sure the record's clear about that. Stage Exhibit number 5, is this your view, or is this a street level view?
No, that's where the sidewalk was. The
Okay.
dog thing is
Okay.
right there where I was looking, and that's the porch where I saw Mr.
Okay.
Zimmerman standing in front.
Okay, right here in front of, right here?
Right around there, there's like a little tree there, and he was standing there, and
Okay,
I could see him clearly.
okay. Stage Exhibit number 10, does that show that tree clearer?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in Stage Exhibit number 10, would your residence have been back here up in the top, obviously the bedroom you were looking at back here?
Yes, if I could
Okay.
put myself.
Stage Exhibit 38, obviously that's a daytime photograph,
Yes.
but, and obviously it's from the ground level, but is this the courtyard that you've been talking about in terms of where you observed what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. Stage Exhibit 41, does this show part of your residence here? In other words, your vantage point from over here looking towards the courtyard that I'm pointing to right now?
Right. You could see the little chair next to that white fence, and that's where my place is.
Right up here?
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been your vantage point right there?
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, I've shown you Stage Exhibit 41, and you're talking about a window that is all the way up to the right-hand side of that photograph. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So your vantage point in terms of looking down would have been towards the, and I'm doing an arrow here, towards the courtyard here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Stage Exhibit 43, does that show it a little bit to the side? Your residence would have been over to the side of that, is that correct? In other words, this is still showing the courtyard area right here?
I can't really tell where that is.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 44, does that show the courtyard area that you
Yes.
would have, your vantage point in terms of looking?
From the left of that picture.
Okay. And for the record, that was State's Exhibit 44. All right, ma'am, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm through with needing the lights dim. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes, you may. Mr. Dyka, back in February of 2012, I don't know if you can see that from here. You were living, your address, what we said was what?
3021.
Okay, so I'm going to put the sticker where your residence back in February of 2012. That would have been right here, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and your vantage point would have been towards this right here, the courtyard, is that correct?
Yes, and I could see the sidewalk to the right and all the way down here.
Okay, all right. And where you're saying the struggle happened was in this courtyard right here, or you tell me?
I could just point out, and somewhere around this area.
Okay, all right. Did you ever see an individual walking all the way down this way and back, specifically Mr. Zimmerman?
No.
Before the shooting?
No.
And I apologize, I was showing you State's Exhibit 139 for purposes of the record. You mentioned, ma'am, that you called 911 and you were able to actually get through the operator, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, I am now playing State's Exhibit. It is State's Exhibit 160, Mr. Dyke's 911 call. Go ahead.
And I'm looking up my back,
Okay,
town
we
hall,
need
and
some-
someone's screaming.
Sorry, Your Honor, we got a logistics or a technical problem. How do we get the We gotta get.
I'm at 3021 Refugee Circle, and I'm looking up my back, town hall, and someone's screaming help.
May I have
and
may I have a moment,
I
Your
don't know,
Honor?
I heard like a bang. I'm at 3021 Refugee Circle.
Let me start again at the beginning if I could, just. Thank you, sir.
911, police, fire, medical.
Yes, I'm at 3021 Refugee Circle, and I'm looking up my back townhome, and someone's screaming help, and I don't know, I heard like a bang.
Now, you said you live at 3231 Retreat View?
3021 Retreat View Circle,
You have a
the townhome.
Just for 31 Retreat View?
Yes, and I'm looking out my window, like my backyard, and someone is yelling and screaming help, and I heard, like a pop noise, and they're both still out there right now. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I can tell you right now, you're not the only person that's calling. We already have one officer on scene and another on the way.
Oh, good.
Over.
Oh, my God, I see the person right now. I see him, like, walking. There's a man coming out. There's people coming out with flashlights. Oh, my God, I don't know what he did to this person.
Was it a
I can't see. There's a man walking out with a flashlight right now.
That was making the noise?
Pardon?
Was it a male or a female voice that was screaming?
I guess I don't know. The man is up right now. Someone's coming over. I'm glad other people called.
All right, we should be out there right now.
I can open my window and hear it if you want me to.
You can still hear it? You can still hear it?
Looking out my window, somebody's over there taking a flashlight. I don't know what's happening. Someone's on the ground.
You see someone laying on the ground?
I don't know. Someone's been shot. I don't know what's going on.
Calm down, stay on the line with me. Like I said, we have an officer on scene and we have other officers on the way.
Oh my God, they better hurry up. I don't know if someone's like dead on the ground or something. Oh my God.
Are they laying down
Someone's over here with someone.
Are they laying down on retreat view?
Well, I look out my back window and that's like a sidewalk and grass and stuff. Something's really bad, I guess. But there's a man out here with a flashlight with a man who's a person wrestling.
Is this person laying down in the street?
No, see, it's the back of, you could see from my back window, it's only like a sidewalk in a back area. There's people coming over.
So is the person that you see laying down on the street or in the grass?
No, in the grass. Oh my God. People are coming. I think there's another gentleman with a flashlight. I don't know, it's a policeman. Oh my God, he shot the person. He just said he shot the person.
Who's saying they shot who?
There's people out there. A guy is raising his hands up. He's saying he shot a person. I think it's a police officer that's with him right now. Oh my God, why would somebody be
It looks like our officer is there. He has someone at gunpoint. Yes. They're gonna handle the situation from here.
Oh my God, someone could be shot.
It's probably going to be best if you stay inside your home for the time being, okay?
I know, but I can't believe someone is killed. He was saying help. Why didn't someone come out and help him?
Listen, we don't know if they've been killed, okay? We know they've probably...
He just said he shot him. Yes, the person is dead, laying on the ground.
Just because he's laying on the ground? Just because he's laying on the ground doesn't mean he's passed. We have an ambulance on the way as well. We're going to probably pick him up and take him to the hospital.
I didn't see because it was too dark, and I just heard people screaming, help me, and this person shot him. He was like wrestling with him, you know what I mean, on the ground. From what I could see, it was very dark.
All right.
But I think it's a police officer that's there. I mean, the man didn't try to run away or anything.
And can I get your name, please?
Jane, Sir Jane, but I don't want to be a witness or anything.
It's okay. I'll leave you as anonymous.
I'm just scared. I mean, I can't even believe that this is of a person. Oh my God! I hope it's a young boy or something. I can't imagine. I've never seen anyone killed. Oh.
All right.
This is like a nice neighborhood. This is like, oh my God! I'm too scared to live here.
Okay, Jane. Well, you don't have to worry right now. We have many officers on the way, and I think about 2 officers on scene at least right now. So we are on scene, okay?
Oh my God, to see someone killed laying in the grass. Oh my God. I want to know what happened. Why would this man just shoot him?
Once the incident calms down a little bit, you can probably try to ask one of the officers what's going on. But in the meantime, it's probably...
Oh my God. There comes another police officer. It's right outside my window. I mean, it's like 2 feet away. I mean, 10 feet out my window. Oh my God, why would somebody kill someone like that?
No, of course, we're not going to know the details.
Oh, I can't look. I mean, the officer is shining the light on the person. He killed someone. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Did you hear or see anything else suspicious before you heard?
No, I was watching my TV, and this is my back window, and then you know, I heard people talking out there, and I was kind of like, oh gosh, were they, you know, it's pouring rain, why would they be outside? I figure walking their dog or something. And then I heard more talking voices, and I didn't open my window, and then it looked like I thought, oh, are those two men talking to each other, or they looked like they were wrestling each other, and then I heard the man saying, help, help. I mean, I would have helped if I could have. He's walking, the police officer is bringing the person away that's showing him.
All right, Jane. Well, stay inside your house for the time being. Once the scene calms down a little bit, you may...
Oh, God. I mean, they're looking at the person that's dead. They're just going to go. Oh, God.
Jane,
Sorry.
Jane, if it's going to make you emotional, you may want to just step away from the window for the time being.
Okay.
All right?
Okay. Oh, my God, I don't know who to tell. I'm something.
Do you have any...
Oh, God.
If you don't feel like staying alone there, do you have any relatives that you could call that could come over?
No, I don't have any family.
No friends? Nothing like that you can go to?
No, not really, no. I mean, you know, I'm a normal adult person. I used to be a teacher and stuff. Oh, God. I'm sorry, I just think I'm going to call. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do.
That's okay. Well, like I said, right now, the best thing to do is to probably just stay inside. And
Okay.
if it's going to make you emotional, look out the window, then you should probably just
Yeah, I'm not going to.
walk away for now.
I just can't believe it. I mean, I feel like, you know,
From what I can
I wish I
see,
could have done something for the person.
from
you know.
what I can see, we possibly have the person that's responsible, so you don't have to worry about that for now.
Yes, I know, but when someone yells for help, don't you feel like you wish you could have helped them, you know? I mean, I don't have a gun or anything, but, you know. Oh. Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, just remember...
I can't believe I would even imagine anything like this where I live, you know? Oh,
Remember, hindsight's 20/20. The whole thing happened too quickly. I mean, you weren't the only one that heard. Like I said earlier, remember, a lot of other people called about it in your neighborhood. So really,
I mean, the people that like are back there. I mean, their porches are right there.
you did.
I mean, they were probably like 3 feet. They could have ran out and helped the person, you know.
Well, honestly, calling 911 was the best way to help this man, especially to get the ambulance rolling out there as fast as we could.
Okay, so people called even before I did?
Yeah, we got a bunch of calls all at once, so trust me, a lot of people in your area called. We had an ambulance rolling almost right away, along with police on the way as well. And right now, I can tell you the officers might be out there for a while since they're investigating a serious crime.
Should I say, I mean, I shouldn't go down there and say anything?
Well, for now, you might want to just stay in your house, wait for things to calm down a little bit. It's possible they might have an investigator go door to door to see if anyone else might have heard or seen anything else out of the ordinary.
Okay.
So, of course, if you hear a knock at your door and it's an officer, you probably should answer it and talk to them. It might make you feel a little better as well because they can tell you exactly what's going on in the details and whether or not you should be worried.
Okay, I guess there's a lot of, I hear a lot of cars.
Yeah, there's probably
going to be
right now. There's probably going to be a lot of sirens, but trust me, the sirens will be over soon, and they're probably going to take this guy to the hospital if they feel.
God, I just heard him say something. Oh, all the cars are outside my house right now in the front. Sorry, I'm just shaking.
That's okay.
I don't know what sorry. It just blows my mind. I guess maybe I have to think of someone to call, a friend or something. Is their home?
Yeah, if you have a friend or someone you can call and talk to that can, pass the time with, I think that'd be a really good idea. But of course, make sure you listen to your door if one of those officers comes up.
Sorry, I just can't even believe, I just can't believe sorry. Wow.
Well, it's okay. This isn't something people are dealing with every day. It's okay to feel this way.
Well, maybe somebody, if you don't mind saying, maybe somebody could call me. Like someone that could explain to me. I never Being trauma like this is almost like a movie.
Now,
Sorry. Sorry, I don't know why, I'm shaking. I can't stop shaking.
it's normal after something like this, so don't.
Okay. All right. Okay, I better hang up. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I can't even hold on to the phone with my one hand. It's shaking.
All right, so listen, I think you have the right idea. Maybe call a friend, talk to them a while, pass the time.
Okay.
If you feel like anything's wrong, like if you start feeling a little anxious, or I'm not sure if you have any.
I don't know. It's still bad.
Like, I'm not sure if you have any pre-existing medical conditions, but if you're feeling a little off, feel free to call us back. We can always have an ambulance check you out. The EMTs can just come out there and make sure everything's all right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I feel like I'm shaking. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm just shaking. Sorry.
Like I said,
if somebody wants to call me, that's okay. I don't know. It's just like something like trauma that I can maybe talk to someone later.
We can possibly set that up. We do have someone that's called a victims advocate that normally responds to people who are involved in these kinds of incidences. But
okay.
like, I can see if we can make someone get someone to respond out there for you. Do you mind holding on for just a second?
Okay.
Okay.
So could you call me back? I don't know who I could call. I'm just trying to think of a friend or someone.
I'm not going to put you on hold per se, but I gotta go away from the phone for just a second, all right? Because I just actually get someone.
Sorry, I'm just very.
No, it's okay. Actually, I think what would be best is if we were to have an officer meet with you, and then you can speak with the officer about the incident, and then if it's necessary, we could also get the victims advocate to speak to you as well if we page him out there. So I know you live on Retreat View Circle, but what's your house number?
3021.
3021.
Yes. Oh God. I don't know. I don't know any of the circumstances. Just like it just. Yeah, if someone was getting hurt, I just can't believe somebody would shoot someone. Oh, God. You want my phone number, or do you have it?
Oh, yeah, go ahead and confirm your phone number.
Oh, okay. 407. Oh, I feel so bad. 788. 8930.
Okay, I caught the 407 and the 8930, but what is the
407 788.
788. Okay, that's what I didn't catch.
8930.
Okay, I got the rest. I got your phone number, and Jane, just go ahead and call, a friend, try to calm down a little bit, but stay by your door, because if someone comes up, you don't answer it, they're probably going to think you're not home. So be sure you're by your door, or you can at least hear someone knock or ring the door.
Oh my God.
And they'll announce themselves, so you don't have to worry about that as well.
All right.
Now again,
I'm gonna try to hang up.
If you're feeling a little woozy, anything like that, give us a call back. We'll have the EMTs come check you out. But in the meantime, we'll have an officer come out there and meet with you.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Ma'am, this is a pretty traumatic event for you that evening.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cross.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms.
We approach the bench, so minor technicality.
Morning.
Good morning. Take a deep breath if you would like.
Thank you.
I imagine just hearing your own voice must have impacted you,
Yes, sir.
reminded you of those events that you witnessed, some by ear and some by sight.
Yes.
Yeah. No. So I keep kicking it. There's nothing over to put my feet. It was the cries for help that seemed so desperate to you. Is that right?
Yes. The one cry for help, yes.
That was so powerful that you knew this was an extreme, life-threatening situation.
I believe so.
That this person was asking, please, would somebody come help them because they are truly in dire straits.
I don't know what they were thinking, but the yells for help indicated they needed help.
Right, I'm talking about how you felt.
Oh, okay.
That this person was in big trouble,
Correct?
that they really needed help.
Yes.
That it was, if nothing else, a plea for mercy.
A plea for someone to save them.
Save them from what sounded like to you a serious injury or even death.
Yes, save them because they ultimately died.
We'll talk a little more about that in a bit, because that's the opinion that you formed, correct?
Correct.
Well, let's talk about the setting, though, a little bit more. What was so powerful about the cries that you heard were the extreme nature of them, the compelling nature, something that you will never, ever forget.
Yes.
And you've said that before.
Yes.
It's obvious that you were very distressed on the recording. Would you agree?
Yes.
And it was two cries or two distinct sounds that you heard.
The help, yes, there was two, from my recollection of yells for help.
Mm-hmm. The first one seemed to be the actual word help.
More so.
And the other one was even higher, more excruciating, almost a yelp that you described?
Yes.
But that's the only two that you heard?
I believe so, yes.
Have you listened to the recording that was made where there's the cries for help in the background?
No.
Never heard that?
Just maybe once or twice on TV, or the radio or something like that a year ago.
Well, I mean, so you have heard it?
I've heard someone record, or the telephone call, they had it on the news or something.
Okay, so you have heard that 911 call with the background of someone crying for help?
Yes.
Over and over again?
A couple times. Not over and over.
What you distinctly remember, though, are two for sure.
Yes.
Do you think there might even have been more that you didn't hear now that you've heard that recording?
I just always thought there was two. I guess I still think there was only two.
Mm-hmm. This was raining pretty hard that night.
Yes.
Hard enough that you shut the window.
Correct. Yes.
And that was because of the rain.
Pardon?
That was because of the rain.
Pouring down rain so it wouldn't come into my window, my house.
But you were still, when you were looking out at these two men wrestling, one on top of the other, you were able to see clearly it was two figures.
Yes.
And that one was on top of the other.
Yes.
And that one was more vertical than the other.
To me, they both looked vertical.
You used the word vertical. On top, the man on top was vertical. Is that what you mean by he was more sitting up?
No, they were both laying on the ground, one person on top of the other. Vertical, meaning when I looked out, they were vertical.
Oh, the direction was vertical.
Yes, sir.
I see, okay. The position, though, of the men was at that point that you saw them, they were sort of one on top of the other.
Yes.
And you couldn't see the detail of what the arms were doing, other than it impressed you as if they might be wrestling?
Yes.
At what point did you realize this was a really serious event, one that help is desperately needed?
When I opened the when I shut my nightlight off and I could see that two men were on the ground, I knew it was something very serious.
So let's, before we go to that point, the voices or voice, I'm not sure what you said earlier. It was, you heard a voice or voices outside your window several minutes before, is that correct?
The first time I heard the voices, yes, someone very loud talking outside, which surprised me because it was raining.
So let's talk just about that for a moment. You were in the bedroom, and was your window closed at this point?
It was closed.
Even though, okay, and you could hear a voice or voices outside that caught your attention because of the weather conditions?
Yes.
You didn't hear anything specifically being said?
No.
And it wasn't like an argument that you described later on?
No, just someone talking really loud because I could hear them even with my window closed.
Mm-hmm. You don't know who that was, I take it?
No.
You didn't see them?
No.
Don't know whether it was somebody completely unrelated to the case?
I would assume they were the same people because it was minutes later that same area, same people.
But that's your assumption, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any basis for that based on your observation?
No.
So you hear a voice or voices outside the window that catches your attention, and you don't notice at that point that there's any particular confrontation or any kind of distress in the voices?
No, just someone talking unusually very loud.
And it could even have been one person, correct?
If they were talking to themselves, yes.
Or on the phone.
True. But so loud, I can't imagine someone talking that loud.
But you didn't make out any words.
No, I didn't.
You just heard sound.
Yes.
So if someone's talking over the wind on a cell phone, or there's some other noise right around them and spoke loudly, that could have been that. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, I grabbed some water.
Oh, you walked away, I didn't know.
Yes, I'm sorry. No, I apologize. So that could be true, right?
I guess so.
So there wasn't anything particularly disturbing or even attention-getting other than you heard a voice in a setting with the weather conditions that you wouldn't usually hear a voice.
I was still thinking that it was a very loud voice, louder than usual, that's all.
Nothing about that voice you can distinguish the characteristics of it, other than the volume was up.
No.
So I take it you didn't pay much attention to it, and you went and began to get ready to read a little bit, waiting for your show?
Yes.
And the window was still closed?
Yes.
And some time passed. You said a couple of minutes. You said today as much as 5, correct?
It could be.
And it could be as much as 10.
I'm not sure it would be as much as 10.
Did you say that in a sworn statement, that you estimated it was 5 to 10 minutes?
I could have, yes.
So your sense of it was, and not like Mr. De La Grande said, you obviously didn't have a stopwatch because it wasn't important to you at that point. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So 5 to even as much as 10 minutes may have passed between hearing that first louder voice and the second event that you've described as an argument.
Possibly, yes.
And you don't have any information to connect those two events other than that you heard voices in that same area.
Correct?
You don't know that it was the same voice you heard the second time.
I just assumed so because it was still a very loud voice when the window was closed and also when the window was open. It was still a very loud voice.
So you're assuming then that a voice you heard 5 or 10 minutes before might be the same voice that you heard more loud, that was loud in this more aggressive conversation?
Yes,
That conversation was one where the loud dominant voice was the first voice, correct?
yes,
It was the one that initiated that argument or that confrontation type conversation.
I don't know the situation. I just know that I heard the loud, dominant voice.
And then the softer, more meek voice was the response.
Yes,
And that's what struck you about it, was that the more dominant, loud voice was the confrontational voice.
what struck me, it wasn't someone out there having a conversation and talking loud. It was someone being very aggressive and angry at someone.
Sure. And that was in the vicinity of this T intersection?
Somewhere between that first,
Could we have
Porch
the
and second
diagram
porch.
back of the neighborhood? Well, for the screen would be better, I think, for now. Mr. Dyke, I'm simply trying to orient you and the members of the jury to where you believe these two men were during this conversation that you described as confrontational and aggressive. And you see that T area that's been pointed out?
no?
Perhaps we could...
Oh, now I see the arrow, okay.
We can expand it. Is that all you do? You just kind of grab it? That's what I'm looking for. Do you see where this is?
Where the white arrow is?
No, you've lost me. I don't
Okay.
see an arrow.
I thought that was an arrow, but it's not.
Oh, there. Oh, yes, the cursor arrow. So this is about where you are in this area. From
Yes.
your back bedroom. And then this is the general area where you believe you heard the confrontation.
Yeah, anywhere between there and up a little bit farther. I can't really pinpoint.
Okay, in this area. You couldn't say exactly where it was because you didn't see it, correct?
I saw them on the ground.
But they weren't on the ground here.
They were on the ground a little bit farther up.
Right, right. So I'm talking about the voices.
Oh, okay.
You only heard these voices. You didn't see anybody.
Right. Yes.
And you heard the voices from your vantage point about where the arrow is now, as best you could tell.
I don't know because I couldn't see it.
But you heard a confrontation. You heard enough aggression in the first voice that it really caught your attention.
Yes.
You knew something was about to happen.
That I didn't know. I just know that someone wasn't out having a normal conversation.
Mm-hmm. So at that point, is the reason you couldn't see because the glare in your unit kept you from looking out the window?
Yes, my night light. The glare of that didn't allow me to see out there.
So I take it you turned out the nightlight.
Yes.
And at that point, you could see out the window.
Yes.
And the next time you looked out the window, the men that you believed were arguing or confronting here had moved down this way. Am I right?
Well, I don't know if they were over there because I couldn't see, so it was just somewhere in that area.
So when you say you saw them on the ground,
Yes.
was it around this area or somewhere else?
I don't know, just within that area, just seeing two people straight down.
So you
Within that area, I can't exactly pinpoint.
You don't have a clear image in your mind where exactly these people were on the ground.
Just that they were on that side of the sidewalk, and they were, somewhere within that first and second porch.
Sure. I'm not asking you to be any more precise than you can be, based on what you could see under the circumstances, because it was very dark, correct?
Yes.
And there was not much light on from any of the units.
Oh, the unit across on the other side of the sidewalk had the light on.
And there aren't any street lights or overhead lighting in this area.
No.
So if the people have their porch lights off, it's almost pitch black back there.
Almost.
And then, of course, if a resident turns on a light for whatever their reason might be, there's a little bit of light along the way.
If they had there's a light on the back porch, and that's when you could see more out in the common area.
So how much one can see at any given moment at night depends on which of the residents, if any, have their porch lights on.
Yes, you could see more that way, yes.
So from your best recollection, when you got your inside light turned off and looked outside, the voices that you had heard, you believe, were the men that you then saw on the ground in
Yes.
this general area.
Yes.
And by that point, one was on the top of the other.
Yes, that's how I saw it in the dark, yes.
And you could see well enough to see that the person on top had a dark-colored shirt or jacket on.
It looked like it was dark, like black, or I'm not sure.
And you continued to watch as best you could, I take it.
Yes. I was calling 911 at that time.
By the time you saw the two guys on the ground, the one on top with the dark or black covering, shirt, jacket, what have you, you knew you needed to take some action?
Yes.
Had you heard the yells or the cries for help yet?
When I was on the phone touching the pad for 911, that's when I heard the yells for help.
So you had already decided to call the police by seeing the men on the ground before you actually heard any yelling.
Yes.
And by the time you got your phone and began dialing, you then heard these excruciating, desperate cries that you've described.
The phone was right next to me, so I just reached for it and put it to me and pressed the pads for 911.
And then did you turn your attention again out the window?
Yes.
So then did you watch what else happened as best you could?
Yes.
The men remained on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And do you believe that, you were looking at the two men when the shot was fired?
Yes.
Do you believe that you were on the phone with the 911 operator when the shot was fired?
I thought I was, yes.
Well, today, do you believe that?
Yes, possibly. Everything just happened so quickly,
Sure.
and I was just so nervous. I know I was pressing the 911 when I heard the yells for help, and then I heard the shots after the yell for help.
Of course, yes. My question, though, more precisely is, do you believe you were on the phone with the 911 operator when the shots were fired?
Yes.
We played the 911 call Mr. Del Ronda did a few moments ago. And were you listening?
Yes.
Did it sound like to you that, in fact, that's true? Did it sound like you were on the phone when the shots were fired, or that you were describing to the operator that the shots had already been fired and you were watching at that point?
I'm not sure. I just thought that I was on the phone with the operator when I heard the shots.
You also testified today that you had opened your window, correct?
Correct? Yes.
In the 911 call, did you hear yourself say to the operator, "I can open the window if you want"?
Yes, I did hear that.
So are you not sure whether the window was actually open or not?
Oh, I'm absolutely sure the window was open.
But you do recognize, though, that you told the 911 operator that "I can open the window if you want"?
Yes, I think I must have been nervous. All I know is I definitely opened the window. And
No one is blaming anyone for being nervous. It was traumatic for you, no doubt.
yes,
Traumatic enough that you would seek the counsel of a friend or the comfort of a friend?
yes, I called someone after that.
In any event, you aren't sure at this point, or are you, that you were looking at the men on the ground when the shot was fired?
I was looking at the men because I heard pop, 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 if that's what the gun was.
Sure. And at the point you were looking out the window when the shots were fired, the man on top was the one with the dark-colored or black top.
I don't think I could say for sure, just that I know after hearing the pop, 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 pretty much right after that person was up and walking towards my window.
You didn't see them change position, though?
No,
Didn't see, in other words, after the shot, you didn't see the person that was on the bottom get out from under and get on top?
I didn't see any of that, no.
You did see a person stand up, though, shortly after the shots, within a few seconds, I take it.
Yes, up and walking towards where I was watching, yes.
And that person was the one that was kind of going like this?
Not exactly like that, just kind of like, oh my gosh, you know, what did I do or something.
Or oh my gosh, what happened? Or oh my gosh, you know, whatever it is, that's you're sort of just figuring out what you think this person may have been thinking.
Yes, I don't know what they were thinking, but they didn't look like they were hurt or anything like that.
Did you ever see the pictures of George Zimmerman's injuries?
No,
Never saw the picture of his bloody nose?
no,
Never saw the picture of the blood on the back of his head?
no,
Or the lumps on his scalp?
no.
Did you not watch the news about this case?
I try not to, but sometimes, you know, you're just watching and there it is.
Were you... So at no time when you watched the news following this event, did you ever see... a picture of George Zimmerman in the patrol car minutes after this happened with a swollen and bloody nose?
No,
You did see somebody arrive with a flashlight, though, almost immediately.
yes, the neighbor from the house.
And within moments, there was also a police officer there.
Pretty soon, the neighbor was there first and talking to him for a little while.
Right.
And then I saw another person run down that sidewalk with a flashlight, or looked like a police officer because he had him put his hands up.
So as soon as the officer got there, you saw the person that you now know to be George Zimmerman with his hands up.
Yes,
And in fact, there must have been some dialogue because you heard Mr. Zimmerman say, "I shot him," to the
yes,
police officer.
that's the only thing that I heard.
Didn't try to run away,
No,
didn't resist in any way. that you could see,
Not that I know of.
was fully cooperative with the police upon their virtually immediate arrival.
He put his hands up. I heard him say, "I shot him," and then I saw the police officer handcuff his hands behind his back.
When you saw the person you now know to be Mr. Zimmerman stand up from this traumatic event that you had just witnessed, you saw the person underneath him lying face down on the grass, correct?
Correct, yes.
You never saw that person change position or move,
No,
and you never saw George Zimmerman withdraw that. Just to be clear, you think you were watching when the shots were fired, but you're not sure, or are you?
I've assumed so all along, yes, if that's what a gun sound like from the second floor, pop, pop, pop.
But you did not see what might be known as muzzle blast, correct?
I don't even know what that is.
Have you ever seen in a movie where a gun is fired at night and there's fire that comes out the end?
I don't know, I don't watch many movies.
Do you know what well, whether it's TV or anything? Do you ever see where if a gun is fired, a flash comes out the end of the barrel, the burning gunpowder?
I guess so.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No,
At the time of the shots, did you see any flash of light or anything connected in your mind with the shots?
no.
From what you saw, piecing it together, seeing the position of what the person later identified as Trayvon Martin being face down, George Zimmerman that you saw get up and walk away being on top at the time of the shots, that means then, logically, that George Zimmerman would have had to shoot Trayvon Martin in the back.
Objection. As the witness will speculate.
Sustained.
Did you ever wonder about that?
Same objection.
Sustained, you're asking.
Did you
him-
know where on Trayvon Martin's body he was shot?
At the time, no.
Ever?
I've only heard that he got shot in the chest or something.
Can you reconcile that he was shot in the chest, with what you believe you saw?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
Well, you said that Trayvon Martin was face down after the shot.
Yes.
That George Zimmerman was on top, that you were watching them in that position at the time of the shots, and that you continued to watch and never saw them change position.
Yes, to my recollection, yes.
Sure. And the person, Trayvon Martin, lying face down, continued to lie face down until rescue came.
Yes.
Right? Knowing that Trayvon Martin was shot in the chest, are you able to reconcile in your mind what you think you saw with the facts?
That's what I saw, and that's the only thing I can tell you, is what I saw and hearing the shots, and he was face down.
Mr. Dyke, you obviously were traumatized by this, and you made certain assumptions, correct?
Assumptions, I just said exactly what I saw to the best of my ability and heard.
Well, one of the assumptions, for example, that you made was that the voice or voices that you heard 5 or 10 minutes before were the same people that you later heard arguing.
true. I thought they were the same people because the time was close and it was the same location.
But you don't have any more information other than that circumstance.
No, I do not.
You also assumed that the confrontational voice, the one that was aggressive, was George Zimmerman's.
Yes, because he was a man.
But you don't have any independent evidence of that, correct?
Correct?
You therefore then assumed that the other voice, the one that was softer, less dominant, was Trayvon Martin.
Yes.
And you sort of reached those conclusions because you at some point learned that Trayvon Martin was 17 years old.
No, when I heard the voices, I definitely thought it was a man's loud, aggressive voice, and the other voice just sounded like a higher pitched, lighter voice. Someone could have been a smaller man, could have been, but it sounded more like a boy to me.
Or it could have been a man who has a higher voice.
Sounded more like a boy to me.
Of course, but it could have been a man with a higher voice.
I don't know.
Just like the more aggressive, dominant voice could have been a 17-year-old with a strong voice or a more mature voice. Correct?
I guess so.
Well, you've been around kids in school,
Yes.
right? You know that by the time 17 rolls around, that there's a wide range of maturity, physical maturity.
I guess so.
Well, do you question that?
No, everyone's different, has a different voice.
Well, you know that voices change through puberty, correct?
Correct.
A boy's voice that might be fairly high when he's in his early teens can get pretty deep pretty quick when he becomes an adolescent.
I guess so. I don't have children, so I don't know.
I'm talking about your experience at school.
Okay.
You've been around a lot of teenagers, haven't you?
Yes.
And haven't you been around some teenagers that talk not just like grown men, but have real deep, resonant voices?
I guess so.
You don't know that for sure?
I haven't been teaching for a couple years, so yeah.
Well, think about back then, when you were teenagers every day. Aren't there 17-year-olds that have deep, mature voices?
I guess so. Mm-hmm.
But your opinions and conclusions about who did what in this case was based upon your assumption that the confrontational voice was the older person's voice. Could we read back that part?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as asked and answered if he finished the question. My objection is asked and answered.
Do you need to have it read back?
I can ask the question again.
Go
We don't
ahead.
need to take the time to do that. So in assigning who was doing what in this case, you assumed that because one voice sounded deeper, more mature, that was George Zimmerman's voice rather than Trayvon Martin's.
Objection asked and answered and argumentative at this point.
Overruled as to argumentative. I'll let her answer this one last time, but then move on.
Thank you. Did you get my question?
Yes, just again, it sounded like a man's voice, the louder, aggressive voice.
I'm talking about your assumption, though. As you explained later what you saw, even as perhaps you were explaining to the 911 operator, oh my God, someone's dead, why would somebody do that, why didn't somebody help, I don't have a gun. All of that was based upon your assumption that it was the person on the ground who had died that was the one yelling for help.
I thought from the voice that it was the one yelling for the help. It was the boy that was dead.
Yes. But you'd never heard Trayvon Martin's voice before in your life?
I heard it when I opened the window, and they were. I heard it when I opened the window, and then I was hearing the voices. I heard two voices.
Had you ever heard George Zimmerman's voice in your life?
No.
So when you say you heard Trayvon Martin's voice before, you're saying that it was your opinion that you were listening to his voice as the softer of the two in the argument?
Yes.
But that was the assumption based upon the pitch, the tone, the strength of the voice.
Objection asked and answered.
This is another way to ask the same question, so I'm going to have to sustain the objection.
May I get some more water? Judge? Thanks. Prior to the evening of February 26, 2012, you had never heard Trayvon Martin's voice.
Correct, yes.
And you had never heard George Zimmerman's voice.
Correct.
And when you looked out the window, or actually you tried to look out the window but couldn't because of the glare, but you heard two people arguing.
Yes.
You couldn't see which of the two were speaking.
No.
So you don't know who had the higher voice or who had the more dominant, strong, argumentative voice by looking at them interact.
No, just two different voices and two different people.
And since February 26, 2012, have you ever heard Trayvon Martin's voice?
No.
Have you ever heard George Zimmerman's voice?
No.
On the, you said that to the operator, you didn't want to become a witness, that you wanted to be anonymous, correct?
I did hear myself say that, yes.
And that was true, wasn't it, at the time anyway?
Yes, I was so shaken up and yes.
So the 911 operator said to you, okay, we'll keep you anonymous. Did you assume he would keep his word?
I didn't assume anything. I don't even know, so shaken up. I just wanted to say what happened, and I can't say if I even knew on that part of the conversation, what was I talking about. I was just shaking so much.
Did you tell the 911 operator that you didn't want to be a witness?
Yes, I heard that on there, yes.
And that's how you felt at the time?
I must have, yes.
And that changed?
Yes.
You were interviewed by the lead investigator, Chris Serino, in this case?
Yes.
And in that interview, you told him that you believed that there was about 10 minutes or so between the two sets of voices that you've described here today.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
No, whatever I said, I said.
During that interview, while it may have been short, he gave you an opportunity to explain what you'd seen, correct?
Yes, and he recorded it.
He recorded it. Mm-hmm. Did you seek him out, or did he find you?
After it happened and I talked to a friend on the phone, I was so nervous and shaken. I came out of my house, of the front door, and I saw a neighbor. And she said, "Are you okay?" And I said, No, I saw it. And she said, "Let me bring you over to the police." So we went, she took me in back, and I went right up to a lady police officer. And I said, "I need to tell you, what I saw and what happened."
Do you know who that officer was?
I believe her name was Serena.
You think that was
Officer
her,
Serena. It was a lady.
a woman? You think that was her first name?
I think so.
It was a police officer that you believe had the first name of Serena?
It was a female officer, yes.
It's not ringing a bell. That's why I'm wondering if you have any more information on that. It's not Sereno, though.
No, it wasn't a man.
So you then said, yes, you would like to be a witness?
Yes, I told her that I saw it and I was crying, and she said, "Okay, I'm going to send an officer into your house and he could come talk to you." And I said, yes.
And did you meet with an officer that evening?
Within minutes of her telling me that, I came back into my house and a police officer knocked my back glass window. It wasn't Officer Serino, it was someone else. And he came in and he said, okay, go ahead and write down on this form what you saw and then give it back to me. And then he left out my back window.
So you filled out a written statement and turned it in, basically?
Yeah, I went out the back and said, here it is. And then they said there will be another officer, Officer Serino, coming to interview you a little later.
And that happened?
Yes.
Investigator Serino met with you and took a taped statement?
Yes.
At your home?
Yes.
And then you believed that he hadn't gotten enough detail from you?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, didn't you complain that he didn't even go upstairs to look out the window?
I didn't complain.
Did you make that comment?
I made the comment that I offered Officer Serino if he wanted to go upstairs and view where I had witnessed. And he said, no, that's okay.
This was several days later?
Excuse me?
Several days later?
Yes.
So by then he'd already collected other evidence and had interviewed other witnesses.
Objection is the speculation on the part of this witness.
He didn't say anything to you about the stage of the investigation when he went back to interview you further.
Objection. Now it's the hearsay what somebody else said.
Sustained.
In any event, you made the comment that you offered to let him go upstairs and look out your window, and he didn't do that, correct?
He chose not to, yes.
Sure. And you considered that to be something that he should have done?
I don't know. I'm not an investigator. I don't know what they normally do. I couldn't speak for him.
Well, would you defer to his judgment on that?
Say that again, please.
Would you defer to his judgment on that?
I would just think maybe he would want to see, that's all.
Of course, but would you defer to his judgment?
I can't say.
You said that you didn't want to be a witness to the 911 operator, and then you went downstairs and told a police officer that, yes, in fact, you did, correct?
Correct.
Objection asked and answered.
Is this a lead into another question? Okay, go ahead.
That's true, isn't it?
That I went down, I was in front, and the neighbor brought me over to a police officer, yes.
Right, and you told the police officer that you had seen some things and that you would be willing to give a statement.
I just said that I saw it, and then she said she would send a police officer to my door.
And that happened,
Yes.
and you filled out a written statement.
Objection asked and answered.
This is all predicate stuff, Judge.
All right, let's get to the point.
Sure. So you filled out the written statement,
Yes.
correct? And then some days later, Officer Serino came out and interviewed you in more detail.
No, he came that night 2 hours later.
2 hours later, I'm sorry. And then you said to someone that you didn't think he had, because he hadn't gone upstairs to look out the window, that he hadn't gotten enough, all of your information, enough information from you that you, all of the information that you basically had.
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that's been asked and answered twice.
I wouldn't say that.
Didn't you, though, go on national television to tell what you think you saw?
I was disguised and not shown on television, and they had a distorted voice, so no one knew who I was.
But it was you, wasn't it?
Yes.
So you did go on national television to tell, what was it, Anderson Cooper?
Only with the agreement that I would not be seen and heard or recognized.
And they
And
respected that.
Yes.
But you did go on national television to tell what you believe you saw and heard.
Yes.
And largely because you didn't think the Sanford Police Department spent enough time with you to get your information.
No.
You went on national television twice, though, didn't you?
No.
Was just the one time
Yes.
that you were interviewed by Ashley Banfield, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was videotaped and recorded and then played, repeated several times on national television.
I don't know, it was several times. Just once is what I knew.
Did you see it?
Yes.
So you were there and then you saw it.
Yes.
And the whole reason for this was that you thought it was Trayvon Martin that was the person that was crying so desperately for someone to help him.
That wasn't the only reason. I just wanted to say what I saw and what I heard, and people can make their own judgments.
Using their common sense?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't know that argumentative is the right objection, so overruled.
You mentioned at the very beginning that it was pouring rain, and so you had to shut your window down. At the time you opened your window, it wasn't like pouring rain, or was it?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I'll be glad to rephrase the question.
Sustained?
You originally mentioned that at the beginning it was pouring rain that night.
Yes.
At the time that you observed what you observed and heard what you observed, was it pouring down rain, or what was the conditions?
No, I don't think it was pouring down rain. It didn't, discard my view or anything else.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. May Ms. Surdaki be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. You are excused.
Thank you.
Does anybody need a break? Yes, okay. We'll take a 15-minute recess. If you'll please put your notepads face down on the chairs and follow Deputy Jarvis out of the courtroom. Court is in recess for 15 minutes. Please be seated. The party's ready to have the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in. Please be seated. The record will reflect the presence of the jury. Counsel, call your next witness, please.
Manalo.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
State your name for the record, please.
Jeannie Manalo,
And could you spell your first name and last name?
JeanneManalo.
Are you married, ma'am?
Yes.
What is your husband's name?
Jonathan Manalo,
Okay. How long have you been married?
7 years.
Okay. Usually men have more of a problem with that. Do you have any kids?
I have one daughter.
Okay. And how old is she?
She just turned 6.
Are you working outside the home at this time?
I'm sorry?
Are you working outside the home at this time?
No.
Are you going to school?
Yes.
And are you going to college here in Seminole County?
Yes.
Okay. What are you studying to be?
Phlebotomy.
Did you previously work outside the home?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
I work in a restaurant.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
I believe 4 to 5 years.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you your current address, but do you live in Seminole County, Florida at this
Yes,
time?
I do.
And how long approximately have you lived in Seminole County total time you've lived here? Did you grow up here, or how long have you lived here?
I believe 25 years.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to February of 2012. Were you living at 2861 Retreat View Circle?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, back in February of 2012, how long had you lived at that residence?
We moved in 2007.
Okay. So that would have been 4 to 5
4
years?
to 5 years.
Okay. And I'd like to focus, if we could, on Sunday evening, February 26th of 2012, at around 7:10, 7:15, 7:05, 7:10, 7:15 p.m. Were you home that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Who else was home with you?
My husband and my daughter.
And what were you all doing that evening?
We were downstairs in the living room.
And obviously, I'm going to ask you about something that happened outside the residence. At that time, when something happened outside, what were you and your husband and your daughter doing at that time?
We were in the living room watching TV, and my husband was fixing the coffee table that we just bought that day.
He was actually building it?
Building it in the living room, yes.
In terms of the townhouse or townhome, is it a 2-level?
Yes.
And are the bedrooms upstairs?
Yes.
Does your living room area where you were face the backyard of what's been referred to as a courtyard or a walkway? If you were to look out your backyard, do you have a sliding glass door in the back?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were to look out, is there what's been referred to either a dog walk, or a courtyard of some type?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, was it already dark outside?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the weather conditions, how would you describe them that night?
A little rainy.
Okay. Now, at around 7:05, 7:10, 7:15, did you hear some noise outside?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, describe to the jury from your perspective the noise you heard, what you describe it as best you can.
I heard a howling sound.
And you're actually using the word howling like a dog howling?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard that, what did you do?
I looked out the sliding door.
Okay. When you first looked out, were you able to see something distinctly?
No.
Okay. And why was that?
It was too dark.
When you looked out the first time, did your husband say something to you like regarding whether you should be looking out the window or not, or a sliding door?
No.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you hear more noises?
Yes.
Okay. If you could describe to the jury in terms of the noises you heard a second time, and let me backtrack a second, I apologize. You heard a howling sound, you looked out, you didn't see anything, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then you heard some additional noises?
Yes.
Okay. Were you timing in terms of how long the difference is, or?
No.
Okay. If you can estimate, was that within minutes, seconds, hours that you heard the first noise, and then you heard the howling sound, and you heard some additional noises?
After I heard the howling sound, I
Yes.
sort of forgot about it. And then I heard a closer sound that sounded like a help sound.
Okay, all right. And
After I heard the howling sound, I forgot about it. And then I heard the yelling of help.
so let's make sure all the jurors heard that. You first heard the howling, and then you forgot about it, and then you heard another voice sounded like
A help.
a help. Okay. And I apologize. Sometimes that microphone, either you're too close or too far. Sometimes it's hard for people to hear. Did you look out the sliding door or the window at that time?
Yes.
And did you observe something going on outside?
Yes.
Okay, all right. If, as best you can, describe to the jury, and I know, let me backtrack a second. I know at some point, how many times total did you look out? More than once? I'm assuming out the,
Yes, more than once.
could it have been 2 or 3 times? Do you have a vivid recollection how many times you looked out?
I know I looked out when I heard the howling sound. I looked out when I heard the help sound. I looked out when I saw people on the ground.
Okay, all right.
2 people on the ground.
Okay, all right. At some point, when you heard the howling sound, you looked out, you didn't see anything. Then you heard voices again, or you heard help.
Mm-hmm.
Did you
Yes.
look out at that time?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, did you see somebody out there? What did you see?
After I heard the help,
Yeah.
I didn't see anything. I sat down and I heard, I don't know, it caught my attention.
Okay.
And when
Tell us if you can, when you say it caught your attention, what do you mean by that?
I guess struggling, I don't know, noises.
Okay.
I looked out, that's when I saw them on the ground, and I saw my neighbor.
Okay, all right. Let me backtrack a second, so make sure the sequence, the jury understands the sequence. You heard the howling sound, didn't see anything. You looked out or you heard some other sound. You looked out, you didn't really see anything, but you heard a struggle outside. If you can elaborate on that, when you say struggle, what do you mean by that?
Like noise,
Okay.
noising, like rumbling.
Okay. Like a rumbling or grumbling, or I don't know.
Like strugglings.
Okay, like a struggle? Okay. And then you didn't see anything distinct, and then what, you looked up, did you go back and sit down, or what did you do?
After the howling, I looked, I didn't see anything.
Okay.
I heard help.
Okay.
I didn't see anything. I looked out again, and I saw them there, and I saw my neighbor.
All right, so this is the third time in terms of looking out, or whatever time it is, you're looking out, you see him. Tell us what you saw out there at that time.
It was dark, so I know I saw 2 people on the grass, one laying down, one on top, and I saw my neighbor came out from his sliding door. I remember him saying, "Are you guys okay? Do you want me to call 911?"
Okay. And when you say you saw a neighbor that came out from a sliding door, obviously a neighbor means somewhere near where you lived. Was it your next door neighbor in the same building you are, across or to the side, or where was that?
Across.
Okay. And did you know that neighbor's name at the time?
No.
Do you know that neighbor's name now?
No.
Okay. And when you say across, was it directly across from where you are, or was it an angle across?
It was an angle.
Okay. You mentioned the neighbor came out, said something. What happened then?
And that's when my husband told me to sit down, mind my own business.
Okay. And did you do that, or did you stay out there?
I just sat down.
Okay. All right. Then what happened?
Then I heard the shot.
Okay. Now, in terms of when you observed somebody on the ground, could you tell whether it was one person or two people at the ground?
Two.
Okay. And if you can describe to the jury what you observed, when you say on the ground, what were the two individuals on the ground doing? And how were they positioned to the best of your recollection?
One is on top of the other. The one on top is moving his arms.
Okay. You're describing something with the hands, or you're demonstrating to the jury, I should say, moving something with his hands. Can you tell exactly what the person was doing on top with his hands?
Like he's hitting him.
Okay, like you said. Okay, and then what?
Then that's what I saw.
Okay. Could you tell it was somebody, the other person, could you tell whether the person was below, on the bottom of that person that was hitting, or on top, or on the side, or where?
I know the top is just hitting down.
Okay. Could you see the person in the bottom clearly in terms of what position that person was in?
Just laying down.
Laying down? Okay. And the person on top, was the person on top lying down, standing? I know you're saying on the ground. How was that person positioned, the person on top?
I don't know, it was dark.
Okay. In terms of I gather because it was dark, were you able to see their faces?
No.
Were you able to see any kind of clothing that they were wearing?
No, but I can tell.
Okay. In terms of their size, were you able to tell whether one person was bigger than the other?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of who was bigger than the other from your vantage point, the person on top or the person on the bottom?
After seeing the news,
Okay.
I can compare, and I can tell
Let
you.
me object, Your Honor. If she's going to
I need
be
a legal objection, not a speaking.
improper foundation for her testimony, Your Honor.
Counsel needs to approach, please. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Benalla, you were describing the two individuals in terms of, and I was asking you, in terms of the difference between the two individuals, could you tell that one was different than the other in terms of their appearance, their height, weight, or their size?
When I saw them there, I didn't care about the size. All I know, I saw a shadow.
When I saw them there.
I didn't care about what the size. I don't know if it's I don't care if it's a female. All I know is two of them there. But to be specific right now, after seeing the news, yes, the top is bigger than the bottom.
Is that based on, you saw Mr. Zimmerman on the news?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw the physique or of the person that got killed, Trayvon Martin, in terms of his size?
Yes.
And is your opinion then that the person on top was Mr. Zimmerman because he's bigger?
Object, Your Honor. Leading.
Just a leading.
What is your opinion as to who the person on top was? Was it the bigger person or the slighter person?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
What is your opinion as to who was on top?
I believe it was Zimmerman, comparing the size of their body.
And you mentioned that at that time when they were on the ground, you mentioned hitting. Did you actually see the hands hitting the other person, or did you see movement with the hands when they were struggling?
I see movement.
Okay. In terms of you heard the help or something to that effect, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times you heard help?
More than once.
Okay. And from your vantage point, could you tell who was screaming or asking for help? Could you tell which one of the two individuals?
No idea.
You also mentioned, I believe, that the first sounds you heard, and then you heard additional sounds, and the howling sound first. Did the sound to you, from the howling to the final sounds, did they appear to be getting closer to where you were or further away?
The howling sound was farther away, and the help sound is closer.
And from your vantage point in your residence, the howling sound, you said further away. Could you tell in what direction, whether it was to the north, east, west, could you tell, or just that it was further away?
Let's say I'm looking out my sliding door right now. When I look to peek, the howling sound is that way.
Okay, to the right somewhere?
To the right somewhere.
Okay, all right. Could you tell how far away it was at all?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned that the cries for help or whatever help was more than once. Did you count how many times exactly?
I didn't count.
To get away from the window, you did. Is that correct?
Yes.
At some point, did you hear some kind of shot?
I heard the shot before I looked out.
Okay. All right. Do you remember which time in terms of from a sequence standpoint?
No.
Okay. When you heard a shot, were you still inside your residence?
Yes.
Did you ever go outside at all?
No.
Did your husband go outside?
Yes.
When he heard the shot, did he go outside before you heard the shot? in the corner right here?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of your backyard, it would be facing out this. Is this the courtyard we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed what was going on outside at the point where they're on the ground, I'm going to kind of move this arrow around. You tell me where and what area. I'm going to move it around. Do you recall what area that was in relation to your backyard? And I've got some photographs to show you, but I just wanted to get the perspective. Was it this area right here?
On the other side of the sidewalk?
On this, is this the sidewalk on the other
Yes.
side? So on this side?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Okay. And you recall where on this side approximately it was?
The second house.
Right here?
Right there.
Is it, am I pointing it to the area right here?
Yes.
Okay. The person that you described coming outside their back and saying something to the two individuals, which house? Is it this one in the corner, this one down? Do you recall?
I believe the second house.
Right here, this house right here? Am I pointing to that area?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Huh? Oh, double click. Ma'am, and I apologize for the record, that was State's Exhibit number 1. State's Exhibit number 3, can you see your house at all, or where you used to live, can you see it at all in that photograph?
Can I see my house?
Yeah, would your house be over here in the dark over there is what I'm trying to get. You can't, can you see, you can't see your house from there?
No.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 5, can you see your residence now?
Yes.
Okay. And am I pointing to your residence right here?
Yes.
Okay. That night, while this was going on, do you recall whether your porch light was on as it is in this photograph, State's Exhibit number 5?
No, it was not on.
State's number 6, would the back of your residence be in this right here? And would you have been facing this way out towards over here where this occurred?
Our residence house, the back looks the same.
Okay.
So
All right, but what I'm saying is you're looking out into this walkway?
yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 10, would this, to the right of that photograph, would this be your residence here where you lived back
Yes.
then?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 11, would your residence have been this right here in the corner?
Yes.
That I'm circling right here?
Yes.
And is this approximately the area, or where was the area where you observed the two individuals you mentioned, Mr. Zimmerman and the other individual? Where were they in relation to, oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, ma'am. I need some assistance. Huh? Sorry. Thank you. I apologize. Your residence right here, where around the two individuals, Mr. Zimmerman and the person you now know as Trayvon Martin, where were they in relation to where your house was? Is this the area where covered right here, or tell me where? I can't.
Yeah, when I looked out, it was on my left.
I apologize, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay, I won't move it. Tell me where.
Exactly like that. They were there.
Okay, where this yellow right here is?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 37, that's the daytime photograph. Would your residence be over here to the corner right here? That
Yes.
I left the cursor or pointer at?
Yes.
Okay. And the area you described where this was going on, was it on this side of the sidewalk that I'm pointing to right here?
Second house. Second house.
Second
yes.
house? Okay. State Exhibit 38, does that just show the courtyard and your residence right here in the corner?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying second house about right here where I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 42, is that a close-up of the back of your residence?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, this is daytime, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm through with the photographs. The court. Probation, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Manalo, back in February of 2012, were you living at, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 139. Would your residence have been 2861?
Yes.
Okay. So this would have been your residence right here?
Yes.
Okay, and your vantage point from looking out would have been through this?
The sliding door, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you, Cross.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
There. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
It's just going to be a couple minutes, okay?
Okay.
It's okay for now. Thank you, Your Honor. So, as you testified, you heard some noise, correct? It was first, I think you said it was a howling noise.
Yes.
And as you're sort of positioning yourself, let's use that picture right there. See where the little bench is?
Yes.
You're actually inside the apartment at that point, right?
Yes.
You hear the howling, and position myself as though I was inside your house. You heard the howling off to your right, correct?
Correct.
That was the first noise that caught your attention.
Yes.
And then at some point, and we'll go through it a bit more slowly, but at some point when you actually looked out to see two people, they were off to your left a little bit, correct? From here, sort of across the pathway and a touch to your left, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the first howling was to the right, and then the noise was to the left.
It got
correct?
closer.
Closer and to the left. It was further
When-
away a little bit as it was when you first heard it, correct?
When I heard the howling, I looked out, didn't see anything. I
Right.
heard the help sound, I looked out, I didn't see anything, but I know it's closer.
Okay. And to my approach your own. So just to sort of orient all of us, including the jury, I'm going to put it sort of behind you, if you don't mind turning towards me just a touch. This is you. This is in your house somewhere in here, correct?
Yes.
You heard noise, and I think you said it was somewhere in this area?
Yes.
Does that sound right? You didn't see anything, you just heard.
Yes.
Through the doors that were closed,
Yes.
but you could hear what you identified as a howling.
Yes.
And then the people, when you did look out, I know I'm passing over a couple of your views, and I'll get back to that. But when you finally looked out to see people, you saw them in right about this area?
Yes.
And that was when you saw two people,
Yes.
one on top of the other.
Yes.
And you couldn't see anything or couldn't describe those people back then because it was too dark?
Yes.
Like you said, there was no lighting going on
It was,
around?
yes.
Okay. I think you said a moment ago that actually you couldn't see or describe them at all that night, right?
It was dark.
Right, you couldn't see anything. Matter of fact, I think in your direct examination, you said you didn't even know if it was a woman or a man, right?
Yes. At that time, yes.
Right, at the time that you're actually, we'll get to that. When you heard the howling, certainly you didn't know what it was,
No.
correct? Okay. You sort of looked out glass door, didn't see anything, just went back to whatever it was you were doing?
Yes.
Was that watching TV, or do you recall?
Yes, we were watching TV. My husband is rebuilding the coffee table.
Okay. And TV was on then, obviously, and listening to it, the noise of the TV?
Yes.
Okay. And it was raining outside?
Light rain.
Okay. Then you said that you heard something a second time that you sort of described as a help,
Yes.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Again, could you, I'm going to misuse a word here. Could you echolocate where that was coming from? Could you tell where that noise was coming from in relation to what we talked about a moment ago?
I don't remember now.
Okay. But it was certainly outside,
Yes.
in the same general direction?
It was closer.
A little bit closer. So let me ask this then again with my approach on. To try and orient the jury, the initial noise again was in this area. When you say closer, could it have been in this area?
When I heard the howling sound, maybe it's somewhere around there.
Okay,
When I heard the help sound, it got closer.
a little bit closer.
Mhm.
Again, you didn't see anything. When you say closer, does it seem closer to you because it was louder?
Yes.
Okay. So you could tell that it seemed to be moving, the noise source seemed to be moving towards you, or at
Yeah.
least in your direction.
Yes.
Okay. Again, didn't notice anything, didn't see anything, and didn't really pay that much attention to it at that point. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Still back to watching TV?
Yes.
Then
Well,
at some...
When I heard the help, I didn't see anything, and
Right.
I went back watching TV.
Right. Now, at some point, you've taken you've given some statements in this case, right? Talked to officers about what you saw and heard.
Yes.
We took your deposition as well, remember that?
Yes.
Talked to you about what you saw and heard.
Yes.
Okay. You said the next thing that caught your attention was the shot, right?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very next thing. The help, went back to TV, then you heard the shot. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and it was when you heard the shot that you then went out the third time, correct?
I didn't go out.
I'm sorry, I apologize, I said out. And what I meant was you just walked to the door the third time.
I looked out at the sliding door. I don't know. I don't really remember how many times I looked out. When you say third time, all I know is I looked out when I heard a howling sound. I looked out when I heard a help sound. I looked out when I saw them on the ground and my neighbor, and I looked out when there was a shot.
Okay.
That's what I remember.
Do you remember ever saying in your deposition or statement you gave to the police that you had seen a neighbor out there any of the times that you talked?
Yes.
Do you remember telling that to the police?
I got interviewed with a lot of people, and if they didn't ask me question about that, I don't know if I told them.
Okay. Would you then defer to the statement that you gave the police as opposed to your testimony here today as that being more accurate? Let me say it in a way that makes at least a little bit of sense. If there's a difference in your memory here today, would you defer to the statement you gave closer in time to the event?
I still don't understand.
All right, I'm going to try it one last time. What you told the police back right after it happened, was that as accurate as it could be?
Yes.
Did you give them the information very close in time to when you observed it?
Yes.
Okay. And were you trying to tell them everything that you could tell them about this event?
I try to tell them everything I know on the question they're asking me.
Okay. If your statement to law enforcement, and we'll talk about the one on March 20th, 2012. Remember giving a statement to a Dale Crosby with Florida Department of Law Enforcement in March of 2012?
I remember giving a statement to a lot of people.
Okay. Let me walk you through it slowly then so we don't get, I know that there were a number of them. So may I have a moment, Your Honor? I honor the, well, I have the audio tape. I have a transcript that is not official. I'd like to approach the witness with the unofficial transcript rather than take the time for the audio.
Show it to
And see
counsel.
if that would help. With consideration of the state, of course. Just
You gave me two.
sorry. I presume I'm waiting if you want to object.
Okay, direct your comments to the court, not to each other.
I guess my objection is, I understand the purpose of this witness is being provided this is to impeach, because there's been no impeachment, I don't know.
I don't know, I just think he's having her review it at this time.
Yeah, take a moment if you would to review that and tell me if you know what that document is.
I remember.
Okay,
even-
is that a transcript of the statement that you gave on March 20th, 2012 at 3:26 to Agent Dale Crosby of Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I believe so. A lot of people interviewed me. I don't know what time. I believe so. This is it. A lot of
Okay.
people interviewed me. I don't know exactly who it is.
Great. If you would take a moment to review it, I want you to acknowledge if those are your words transcribed onto that document.
Okay.
Okay. Do you describe the two individuals anywhere at all? Compare their size or anything in that statement?
What page is it on?
No. I'm wondering whether or not it's there at all.
Objection is under improper, whether the question was even asked. This is improper impeachment.
You could ask her that on redirect.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you see anywhere in that statement where you would have advised officers of Florida Department of Law Enforcement that you were able to describe the two individuals that you saw at all?
I said here on the second page.
Go ahead.
I said when I heard a shot, I looked out, and that's when I saw a shadow. Two people, two men on the grass.
Right. You said you saw shadows, correct?
Shadows.
You did not describe one compared to the other, did you?
No.
Okay. And
The question was two people. I said yes, two people, and he didn't ask me to describe it. So how can I describe it?
okay. And do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Delorionda before today where he took a statement from you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you ever described the two individuals then?
I don't remember.
Okay. So, you look out two, maybe three times, is that correct? You don't remember exactly how
More
many?
than one time, yes.
Okay. And then at some point, after the gunshot, or after a noise that you heard that you believed to be a gunshot, we now know that it was, correct?
Yes.
You looked out and that's when you saw these shadows. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Did you ever go outside?
No.
Was it still dark?
Yes.
And were they on the ground at that point?
It was exactly what the picture was.
Okay. After the gunshot, correct?
After the gunshot, I saw one on the ground, on the grass. I don't remember the other one, where he
Okay.
was.
Well, I want to make sure. Was there a time that you looked out and saw one person on top of the other?
Yes.
Okay. And that is when you're saying you believe that you saw your neighbor out there as well.
Yes.
The neighbor who you don't know, but that was the neighbor who was actually very close to what was going on, correct?
Yes.
If I told you his name, would that help refresh your recollection as to who he may have been?
No.
You don't even know who it was? If I might approach the witness for just a moment. Again, so we get the orientation. This is where you are. This is where the event was. Was the person from this building, from this apartment? Is that the one you saw?
Yes.
Okay, so from 1221?
Yes.
And do you remember where about he was?
He opened his sliding door.
This
The
patio
slide-
area here?
The sliding door, yes,
He was right there?
right there.
Okay. Facing you and facing the event that was going on?
He couldn't face me because our house is farther that
Gotcha.
way.
Okay. Was he seemingly looking at the event that was going on just outside of his apartment?
Yes.
Those two people, now this time that we're talking about, was that when you saw what you identified as shadows?
Yes.
Now, I think what you testified to earlier was, though you could not describe or compare the two back then, correct?
Correct.
Since then, you've had an opportunity to look at some other evidence or information that helped you make a comparison, correct?
Yes.
And what that comparison was that you saw pictures of what we now know to be Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman, correct?
Yes.
Did you see George Zimmerman that night after the shooting?
Did I see him after that night?
Did you see him that night on scene, so to speak, still at the area once the police arrived?
I saw, yeah, my husband was talking to him.
Right, okay. So you were able to see sort of what he looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Describe his face.
Exactly what in the picture, in the news.
The smaller version of this is already in evidence, Your Honor, so I'd like to show this to the state and see if they have objections to me
Do you
using
know the
it in the
number
motion.
that it is?
Included in evidence.
Do you know the
I'm going to show
number?
it. I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, it is. Number 79. Thank you, Your Honor.
Number 79 isn't in evidence yet.
It is not. I don't want to show it.
Oh, it's in evidence, it just hasn't been shown yet.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me ask you to just turn with me and look. Is that what George Zimmerman looked like that night when you saw him talking to your husband?
I didn't see his face.
You never saw his face?
Not like with the blood on, it's just the side.
I can't hear you, you're gonna have to.
I didn't see his face like that, just the side.
Okay.
Because they were walking on the side. Walk.
Another moment for my own. I'm going to show the, we might see some of the evidence photographs in a moment. Your Honor, I'd like to see. It will be 45. Is it going to be easy for you to get 45 for me? Or should I? For these policies, rather than have you find those photographs.
Your Honor, there's a number, she should have a number, no. If I may interject, Your Honor, just to show where it is. 45.
Yes, it may do so.
That would be great, thank you. 45 then. Exhibit. I might just have a moment. Have an exhibit marked, Your Honor.
And that will be Defense Exhibit R for identification.
Shall we move R for identification into exhibit, Your Honor, that previously presented?
Any objections without any waivers?
My objection is to the, I know this video's in, but I object to this, it doesn't, distorts the face. It's not a good photograph.
Okay,
of it.
council will approach
I
with the photo.
apologize.
delay. Sometimes we have to try and figure out how to accomplish some of this, okay?
Okay.
You had said that you did not have enough of an opportunity to describe the two people that you saw that night on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But at some later time that you saw some photographs which gave you an opportunity to then compare the two?
Yes.
Tell me what photograph, and I want you to describe it, you saw of Trayvon Martin that you used for comparison. Do you recall what that photograph was?
I believe it was the first shot of the picture that they showed in the news.
Would that have been, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I believe it was bald looking.
And we're talking now about Trayvon Martin, correct?
I'm sorry?
Trayvon Martin, I asked you about Trayvon Martin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me to describe him.
No.
Oh.
We'll get to that in a minute, but here's what I want you to do. You've told us now that you've had an opportunity after the fact to look at some pictures that gave you an opportunity to make some comparison.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So now I would like to know what the picture of Trayvon Martin was that you used for comparison.
Oh, that's when he was on the hood, when I saw him.
Okay. So it was a picture of him with a hoodie on?
Yes.
And that was a face shot?
Yes.
And you saw him to be what?
I saw him to be...
Well, looking at that picture, that was just a face shot, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was just a hoodie and the shoulders, correct?
Yes.
Maybe some of his chest?
Yes.
Sort of looking at the camera?
Yes.
Okay. That was the only photograph that you used for comparison purposes?
Yes.
So you had no idea how tall Mr. Martin was?
No.
Or how heavy he was?
No.
But simply from the fact that he looked in that picture to be whatever he looked to you, you thought that he was small?
Smaller. Yes.
Okay. And what picture... I'm going to try it this way. This is already in evidence, Your Honor. I think it's the one we identified as... Right here, 45, if I might. Let me have you take a look at this photograph. And this is like 45. Just take a moment. Do you identify who that is?
Yes.
Was that cleaned up as he may have been? Was that the way George Zimmerman looked that night?
He was on the side when I saw him.
Okay. Talking about the size.
Well, he was wearing a jacket, yes.
That, matter of fact, that orange jacket right there, wasn't it?
I think so.
Okay. And that was the jacket that he had on when you saw him talking to your husband? Correct?
I know it's orange. I don't know if it's... Yes.
Okay. Looking at this picture, did you see any other picture of Trayvon Martin for comparison purposes when you compared that picture to the person you saw here? Do you see what I'm saying?
I saw Trayvon Martin picture.
In
I
the
saw
hoodie?
Okay. And I saw his picture.
And in your mind, then, knowing that there was a picture of Trayvon Martin in a hoodie, it was that image that you compared with this image to think that Trayvon Martin was smaller. Is that accurate?
That's how I compared it.
Right.
Maybe I am wrong. I don't know who's bigger now, but that's how I compared it.
That's okay. But it was based upon that comparison, a sort of a headshot and shoulders. I say headshot, I mean sort of taking a picture here. Whatever that, we're going to call it the hoodie shot, okay, for right now? Whatever that hoodie shot was, that was your comparison for identifying the size of Trayvon Martin as compared to George Zimmerman?
I also saw more than one picture of Martin.
Did you see the Hollister photograph where he had a red shirt with a Hollister on it?
I saw the one with him wearing a football.
Oh, okay. And that was him when he was wearing a green football outfit?
I think so.
If you had to guess, what do you think his age was during that football outfit photograph?
I know he's 17.
He's 17 at the time of his passing. Do you know when that football photograph was taken?
No, I don't know.
So it is that football photograph, however, that you used for comparison purposes between who was the bigger person, that picture of Trayvon Martin in his football outfit, and a picture or an image similar to this one, number 45. That in your mind was the comparison?
Yes.
Okay. I mentioned a moment ago another photograph that has been distributed concerning Mr. Martin. I mentioned a Hollister photograph. Do you remember seeing that one? Red shirt with the word Hollister on it?
No.
I might have a moment, Your Honor.
Can you approach the bench?
Yes, you may. We're going to go ahead and break at this time for lunch, and we'll be back at, let's see, about 1:10. So, ladies and gentlemen, during lunch, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Please stay seated just 1 minute. Do not read or listen to any radio, television, do not listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case. Do not use any type of an electronic device to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology. And please do not read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case. Do I have your assurance you'll abide by these instructions? If you'll please put your notepads face down and follow Deputy Jarvis. Okay, Ms. Manalo, we're going to break for lunch, and you're free to go around as long as you're back in this courtroom by 1:10. But you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody, and that includes the lawyers or anybody else, because you're considered to still be on the witness stand. Do I have your agreement that you'll abide by that instruction?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may be excused till 1:10. Is there anything we need to take up before we recess for lunch?
No, thank you.
I need something from you from yesterday, so
Yes.
if I could have that. And ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I really appreciate the fact that you're very courteous and standing up, but when I'm trying to instruct the jury and I have people standing up at different times, I don't know if they're hearing that. So if I could ask, when I'm finished with my instructions, you may stand up at that time as they're going out. Thank you for being respectful. Court is in recess. Please be seated. We're back on the record. Case number 12 CF 1083A. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
We are, Your Honor, thank you.
May we approach the bench?
Yes.
Mr. O'Barrow's got some photographs.
They're going to approach you and have you look at a few photographs and see if you had recognized any of those. Okay?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Just so we're clear, just state your name again.
Jeannie Manalo.
Still under oath from having testified this morning?
Yes.
Great. I have a few questions and pictures to show you in reference to what your testimony was before. I'm going to start this way. I think it might be most relevant. Let me ask you, what I would like you to focus on for the purpose of these questions is in reference to the comparison that you made in your mind regarding the relative size of George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin. You had said you looked at pictures of Trayvon Martin, correct? You were to make that determination?
I didn't look at pictures. I saw it on the TV.
Pictures on TV?
Yes.
Okay. So the purpose of these questions right now are to see what pictures it was you remember looking at as part of your foundation
Okay.
or comparison, okay? You've seen that photograph.
Yes.
Okay, and this was one of the ones that you used for your comparison,
Yes.
okay? And I'm sorry. She's identified Defense Exhibit U for identification purposes. Not this photograph.
Yes.
See that? This was one that you used. And that is Defense Exhibit S. And how about this photograph?
Yes.
Another one that you used for your comparison. Defense Exhibit T. And this photograph.
Yes.
And this you used for comparison purposes.
Yes.
That is Defense Exhibit V. V as in Victor, sorry. This photograph.
No.
Never saw this photograph. Well, strike that. Did not use a photograph like this for comparison purposes.
I didn't see that photograph.
Okay, sorry. This one.
No.
Similar short
No.
crop of the other one.
No.
For this limited purpose, Your Honor, those are the only ones.
May I inquire?
Yes, you
just
may.
that very limited, these photographs that were shown to you by Mr. O'Mara now, did you see these prior to saying that there was a weight difference or a build difference between Mr. Zimmerman and Mr. Martin? Or was this after? When was this asked? When did you see these photographs in relation to making the statement that there was a size difference between Mr. Martin and Mr. Zimmerman?
When did I see the picture?
Yeah, did you see those before or after?
After. After?
After what?
After. I saw
After
it in the
the event.
news after the event.
Okay. Did you see those, okay, after the event?
Yes.
And prior to making the statement that you made where you said there was a weight difference or a height difference between the two individuals?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions for the proffer of sorts, but I think we're ready for the jury then.
Okay, which, are we ready to bring the jury in?
I believe we are, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in.
The jury is present.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And while you're settling in, I'll go ahead and ask you my questions. During the lunch hour, did any of you, and if your answer is yes to any one of my questions, please raise your hand. Did any of you during the lunch hour have any discussions amongst yourselves or with anybody else about this case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you use an electronic device to do any independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology? No hands are being raised. And finally, did any of you read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case? Thank you. No hands are being raised. Ms. Manella, I'll remind you, you're still under oath, and Mr. O'Mara, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before the lunch break, we were talking about what you used to come up with your opinion that there was a size differential between Mr. Zimmerman and Mr. Martin, correct?
Yes.
And we talked about some photographs that you viewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, if I might, Your Honor, since they've been previously identified, I was going to put them on the screen for her to identify. But no, I'm sorry, let me do it in front of the jury.
Are you moving them into evidence? And is there an objection?
I would move the entirety of what's been previously identified in the proper into evidence, Your Honor.
And that would be which letters?
Those were
S, T, U, and V?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, S will come in as defense exhibit number 2. T will, oh no, I'm sorry, 12. T will come in as defense exhibit 13, U will be 14, and V as in Victor will be 15. You were going to put them up? You want the lights down?
Yes, if you would, Your Honor. Hold on. Thank you. Sorry, Your Honor. Can you see that screen?
Yes.
Is this one of the photographs that you looked at in coming up with your sort of description of a difference in size between the two?
Yes.
Do you identify that as both a regular and then photoshopped picture of Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
Would you agree that that is, as we talked about earlier, simply a shoulder and head shot of Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Can you see this photograph? Yes, it is. It's slightly different, Your Honor. Let me just get the right one. Maybe some help. And I'll do this one next, Your Honor. Why is it not the same? You may recognize this photograph.
Yes.
Is this a photograph that you used to help you in your comparison between Mr. Zimmerman and Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. You give me a guesstimate of the age you think the person in that photograph is?
11, 12?
Okay. And how about this photograph? Recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And this was also one that you used in your comparison between Mr. Zimmerman on the night of February 26, 2012, and Mr. Martin, correct?
Yes.
What's your guesstimate as to how old that person is?
16?
If I might approach the witness, Your Honor, just to make sure we have the proper...
Take that down.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me show you what's been now entered into evidence as defense 14, and ask if you can identify that photograph as well.
Yes.
And is that also a photograph of Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
And also one that you utilized in making this comparison between Trayvon Martin's relative size and George Zimmerman's relative size?
Yes.
Now I would like to publish this to the jury.
You may do so.
Your husband had taken a photograph of George Zimmerman's injuries that night, did he not?
Yes.
And you've seen that photograph, correct?
Yes.
I believe that was licensed to ABC, correct?
Licensed to ABC.
Wasn't it sold or licensed to American Broadcasting Company? That's how they got the picture?
I don't know.
Okay. That might approach the witness.
Mr. May?
This is in evidence as, exhibit 76, Your Honor.
Okay, there's an objection.
For relevance, I don't believe, I don't want to make a speaking objection.
Okay,
Can
please
we approach
approach.
him?
Am I approaching the witness?
Yes, you may.
Without showing this to the jury just yet, let me show you evidence exhibit 76. Is this the photograph that your husband took?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see these injuries of Mrs. Zimmerman that night?
No.
Did you see them any time from the photograph that night? Did your husband, for example, show you
No.
the injuries? When was the first time you saw this photograph?
A few weeks later.
Thank you. You had testified earlier, I think. You understand that Mrs. Zimmerman's on trial for second-degree murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified earlier that as far as the size or the comparison of the two people, at first you testified that you can only see shadows, correct?
Yes.
And then you testified that you, as to the size comparison, you could have been mistaken. Is that correct?
The only way I can find out for now if I can see Martin's recent picture.
Yes, ma'am. Then, Your Honor, with that in mind, I'd like to have a moment. You may need to address this first at the bench, Your Honor. I don't want to show her something until that's been accomplished.
I think you need to show it to counsel first.
This was marked and previously given to him just a couple minutes ago, but I'll show it to him again, Your Honor. First, the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Want to show counsel first?
Yes, this is in evidence as States 45.
Yes, you may approach.
Let me show you a copy of evidence, State 45. Ask if you can identify that person.
Yes.
Let me show you
I
what.
will object to the second one. I have no objection to the first photograph.
That's why I thought we should approach before.
I think you need to show what you intend to show her to counsel first, and
I
then
did.
if you need,
I have no objection to the first photograph that Mr. O'Mara showed, which is a picture of Mr. Zimmerman. I do have a second regarding the second photograph.
could you tell me what the letter is for that one?
Yes, Your Honor. It is identified as R for identification purposes.
Okay, and the court has previously ruled on that. My ruling stands.
And I would like to be heard on that further because now that the witness has identified the request to make a comparison in court, I would like to be heard on that. if I'm
That was shown to this witness, and she said she did not recognize it. So that's the basis for the court's ruling. If you want to show her a picture that she said she recognized, which would be Defense Exhibits 12, 13, 14, and/or 15, for her to make that comparison, you may do so. They're in evidence.
May I be heard at the bench?
Yes.
Ma'am, even with the request to make a comparison between two current photographs of the two individuals involved, presuming that you're not going to do that today, would you acknowledge that your comparison of the relative size of the two individuals was based upon the aged photographs that we've just reviewed?
Yes.
And that alone? And that, in effect, you were comparing Mr. Zimmerman, this person, right? This is the Mr. Zimmerman that you saw that night, correct?
Yes.
And we reference 45, Exhibit 45. You're comparing him to the football picture, correct?
Yes.
And to the hoodie picture, correct?
Yes.
And to the other football, the even younger football picture, correct?
Yes.
You do not have not seen any current photographs of Mr. Trayvon as he existed that night, have you?
That's correct.
Have you had a chance to review the video of the 7-Eleven that was now in evidence?
No.
Might just have a moment. Just one or two more. So in sum, you were in the house and heard various occurrences outside that caught your attention.
Yes.
Howling, there was some noise. You went outside and saw another neighbor whose name you don't know across the way looking at the two individuals on the ground.
Yes.
You heard a shot, correct?
Yes.
You went outside and you saw a person walking about. Is that accurate?
I didn't go outside. I just looked.
And I apologize, I said that now a second time. When you looked out, that after the shot, you saw somebody lying on the ground,
Yes.
and you saw somebody walking around,
Standing up. Yes.
standing up. Did you see that person walk around at all?
I don't remember.
At some point, your husband then went outside, correct?
Yes.
Did you see that person who was standing up talking to your husband?
Yes.
Okay, so the person who was standing up earlier was the person talking to your husband, correct?
Yes.
Who you know to be George Zimmerman.
Yes.
But you're not certain as you sit here today who was where in that altercation, are you?
No.
Because your sole comparison was the 12-year-old picture?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further on.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Based on your determination of height and weight and build, were you comparing the two out there?
Yes.
And based on what you saw on TV, forget about how old the picture is of Trayvon Martin. If you were to hear that he only weighed 158 pounds, and Mr.
Thank you,
Zimmerman,
Your Honor. That is...
I'll be glad to rephrase the question.
Okay.
Did you believe Trayvon Martin was skinnier and smaller than George Zimmerman?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper predicate. She's testified. I don't want to speak the objection. Improper predicate.
Overruled. This is redirect.
Mr. Zimmerman, based on what you observed, was bigger than the other person, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
You've already testified in direct testimony and in cross-examination that Mr. Zimmerman was the bigger of the two individuals, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Mr. Zimmerman was the bigger of the two individuals you saw out there, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That is a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Okay. Overruled. She can correct whatever testimony she believes is not being stated correctly.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Zimmerman was the bigger of the two people out there, correct?
Comparing the picture, yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked about the comparisons. Mr. O'Mara asked you about interviews you gave to the police. Remember,
Yes.
to Detective Serino, and then also to FDLE?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. O'Mara asked you about the interview you gave to the FDLE. I believe that's, Madam Clerk, may I? Yeah, defense exhibit that was shown. Thank you. Believe, Madam Person, witness your
Yes, you may.
Defense showed you exhibit Q. Remember looking at that interview that you gave to Detective Crosby with FDLE on March 20th? Remember looking through that?
Yes.
And you remember Mr. O'Mara asking you about, did you ever talk about a description of the individuals you saw out there? The person you saw standing up after the shooting, the person you saw on top?
Yes.
And you stated specifically that they never asked you to describe the size of that individual. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true, ma'am, that 6 days later, and if I may approach the witness, Your Honor, and mark this for identification.
You want to show it to counsel?
I apologize, it's the sworn statement she gave you on March 26th.
I would object to improper bolstering of the witness. That was never crossed on in cross-examination. I just have identified.
Okay. Let him mark it for an exhibit and approach the bench.
show you what's been marked for identification purposes only. State Exhibit 2R. You were asked by Mr. O'Mara, and the other exhibit in front of you, that was the FDLE interview, transcript of that. You were asked about Mr. O'Mara about whether you had, on March 20th, stated something about, could you identify either person? And you recall that you stated already that you were never asked that question. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall on March 26, 2012, where I went to your house and took a sworn statement of you, and I specifically asked you about the individuals, whether you could identify either one?
Yes.
And you recall in that sworn statement on March 26, 2012, that you stated that I think Zimmerman is definitely on top because of his size.
Yes.
Now, in addition, after that, ma'am, do you recall giving a deposition where you were questioned by Mr. West, where I was president, you were asked about the same matters, and also stating at that time that you could identify Mr. Zimmerman because you had seen him on TV, a photograph on TV, and that based on his size, it was Mr. Zimmerman on top?
Yes.
Regarding the two individuals you now know as Trayvon Martin and Mr. Zimmerman, you never saw Trayvon Martin actually stand up, did you? He was on the ground the whole time, Trayvon Martin, you never saw him standing up?
At that time, I don't know who they are.
Right.
I know one is down, one is standing up.
He never got up after being shot and walked around?
Correct.
Thank you, no further questions. Person witness to the previous
Yes.
item.
I just have a question or two, if I'm not wrong.
You might have a what?
Question?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
If I wouldn't mind the exhibit as well.
You want me to do that?
Oh, no, I'll take it when you can. Thank you. I'm sorry? Yes, thanks. I want to focus your attention on 2R for a moment. I think Mr. Delarianda said that, didn't you say these words? Okay, so the guy on top to you appeared to be bigger, and your answer was yes. Right? That's what he said?
Yes.
In all fairness, that's a bit out of context, isn't it? Let me approach the witness, Your Honor. Let's put it in maybe a touch more context. Can we do that by having you read the 2 or 3 sentences before that, okay? I want you to read it out loud so the jury can hear you well and that Mr. Delarianda can hear you.
I apologize. What page?
Oh, it's just 3 lines before what you had her read. Page 2 or 3 at the bottom. Let's start right with Mr. Delarianda's statement. Just read that out loud if you would, slowly.
How would you describe their physique at all? Of the guy on top or the guy on the bottom?
Okay, go ahead. And what was your answer?
I know after seeing the TV of what's happening.
And then I'm sorry, then what did you say?
And then Mr. Diano say, okay. And then I said, comparing their pictures.
Okay. Keep going, then go to the point that Mr. Delarianda had you focus on.
I think Zimmerman is definitely on top because of his size.
Right. But again, not because you had independent thought that he was on top, but only because you compared the pictures that we just talked about, right?
Yes.
That was the only reason.
Objection, Your Honor, be on the scale to direct.
I'm hoping this is the last question on recross.
It is, Your Honor. So, the only basis for your comparison, again, was not, as you said, in response to the redirect question. You just thought he was on top because you thought he was on top, but only because of the comparison of the pictures of the 12-year-old child, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. You get the last questions because this is your witness. Any redirect?
The person who was on top is the person who got up, right?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. May Ms. Manalo be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. The state, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will recall Ms. Ramona Rumpf.
If you'll please swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear affirm that your testimony is presented will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
I do.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello again, Ms. Rump.
Hello.
I think when last we left, we were talking about the 911 calls in connection with this case, specifically 3 of the 911 calls, and we were going to make sure that we knew the disconnect times. If I could take you back, I think you testified earlier that what I'll call the Lauer call, and that is incident number 1669, connected at 19, 16, and 11. Were you able to tell us now the disconnect time for that call?
Yes.
And what time is that?
19, 18, 40.
Thank you, ma'am. And I guess for those of us who maybe don't speak military times, that 7:18 and 40 seconds p.m.?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm going to move to incident number 1680. That is what we've labeled the Serdica call. The connection time, I think you testified to that, was 19:17:06. Was that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to tell us the disconnect time for that call?
Yes.
What is it?
19:31:35.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, as it relates to the 911 calls, the good call, which is incident 1686, I think you told us that the connection time was 19:17:15. Could you tell us the disconnect call, please? Disconnect time, please.
19:03.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're
Now,
welcome.
as it relates to the communication center, you told us that there are 2 separate numbers, 911, and I think you called it the non-emergency or administrative line.
That is correct.
What is the phone number for that line?
688-5070.
Is that area code 407?
I'm sorry, yes.
So 407-688-5070?
Yes.
All right. And we'd also previously discussed, and I'm going to move to those now, additional non-emergency calls placed to that line beginning August 3rd of 2011. You remember that discussion?
Yes.
And I think we had played the first one. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Show you what's already out there. This is Exhibit 171, which is the recording, and 172, which I believe are the accompanying paper reports that you'd earlier referenced.
The CAD events, correct.
There are a total of 5 of those.
Yes.
All right. I'd first like to start, I guess, let's go chronologically, if you would. The first one of those 5 was dated when?
August 3rd, 2011
And about what time of day?
at 18:45.
Okay. If I may publish, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank
Let
you.
me just maintain my continuing objection, Your Honor, for these and future similar calls.
You may do so, and your objection is sustained, overruled, I'm sorry.
Airport Police Department, the line is recording. Teacher?
Hey, our neighborhood got burglarized or robbed today, and my wife, I saw one of the kids that did it, and we see someone that matches his description in the neighborhood right now again.
Okay, and what's your address out there?
I'd rather not give out my address because he's obviously in the neighborhood, but it's Retreat View Circle. You can use 1111, which is the clubhouse.
Okay, so does he live in the neighborhood, or he's just out walking?
I don't know. It's the first time I've ever seen him.
Okay. And what is your name?
My name is George.
Your last name, George?
Zimmerman.
And your phone number you're calling from?
407-435-2400.
Okay. And is he white, black, or Hispanic?
Black.
What's
My
he
wife
wearing?
talked to Detective Walker and gave him a description of the guy we see now.
Okay. What's he wearing right now?
A white tank top and black shorts, and brown sandals, and black socks.
Okay. And is he walking?
Yes.
Okay. And so is he near the?
The back entrance to the neighborhood.
So he's at the back entrance?
Yeah. He just went between the houses to the back? Yeah. Shoot.
You were looking at your car.
I'm not. Why not?
Okay, we'll get an officer out there, check the area.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Ms. Rumpf, what is the date and time for the next call in chronological order?
August 6, 2011 at 22:20 hours. That would be 10:20.
Thank you.
Okay, for 3 seconds, my name's recorded. This is Nicole. How can I help you?
Hi, there was a break-in in my neighborhood recently, and 2 youths that matched the description of the people. My wife ID'd them and saw them. They're back in the neighborhood.
What's the address?
You can use 1111 Retreat View Circle, Sanford, Florida. Or you know that.
Twin Lake Townhomes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And what do they look like? Are they white, black, or Hispanic?
Black males, 2 black males in their late teens. One's wearing a black white beater, black tank top, and black shorts, and the other one's wearing a black shirt and blue jeans. And they're at the back gate of the neighborhood.
Okay. Approximately how old are they?
Late teens.
Okay. You want to leave your name or number?
I can leave my name and my number, and I'll actually be at the back gate to let the officers in because there's no code there.
What's your name?
It's George, and it's 407-435-2400.
Okay.
If you'll let the officers know, they typically run away quickly, and I think they head over to the neighborhood, the next neighborhood over, so you may want to send the unit over to Calabria Cove.
What's it called?
Calabria Cove.
Okay. Yeah, Cove. All right, I'll let them know, and they are on the way, okay?
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Ms. Rumpf, what is the date and time for the next call in chronological order, please?
September 23rd, 2011 at 23:08, and that'll be 11:08.
Thank you.
Police Department, this line is being recorded. This is Vicki.
Hi, Vicki. My name is George, and I live at the Retreat of Twin Lakes subdivision.
Okay.
I'm part of the Neighborhood Watch, and I just wanted to let you guys know that somebody left. We've been plagued with some robberies, burglaries, and somebody did leave their garage door open.
Hold on, sir. 1 second. I've got my units calling me. Hold on. 1512. Okay, sir, go ahead. Okay, stand by. Hold on for me just 1 moment, sir. I apologize.
No problem.
Okay, we're back to 1512. Reference
Justin McKinney, 1029P at 1054, no local, showing a valid DL out of Manhattan, Kansas. At 2310. Okay, somebody's got their garage door open, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know the address of where the garage door is open?
As far as I can tell, because it's poorly lit, I believe it's 2040 Retreat View Circle. Of course, Sanford, Florida.
Okay.
House. House.
And you said there's been a lot of break-ins there lately?
Yes, ma'am. We actually just had our neighborhood watch meeting yesterday. Sergeant Hurks came out here and Officer Buchanan
Okay.
told us to report anything suspicious, and it's late, and they usually don't have their garage door open all night, so.
Okay, and George, what is your last name?
Zimmerman,
And what's the telephone number in case we need to call you back?
407-435-2400.
Okay, are there any cars in the garage or the driveway just so we can make sure we're going to the right?
Yep, there's in the garage. There's a silver Nissan Xterra.
Okay, we've already got an officer heading that way, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure, thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ms. Rumpf, what is the next call and date and time in chronological order, please?
October 1st, 2011, at 00:53. That would be at 12:53 a.m.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sanford Police, this line's being recorded. Sharon speaking.
Hi, I was just calling because we've had a lot of break-ins in our neighborhood recently, and I'm on the neighborhood watch. And there's two suspicious characters at the gate of my neighborhood. I've never seen them before. I have no idea what they're doing. They're just hanging out, loitering.
What's the address?
1111 Retreat View Circle. And that's Sanford,
the
Florida.
Twin Lakes townhouses?
Yes, ma'am. No, Retreat at Twin Lakes, yes.
So, yes, that was Twin Lakes townhouses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Can I get your name and a callback number?
George, and it's 407-435-2400.
And George, can I get a last name?
Zimmerman.
And Mr. Zimmerman, can you describe the two individuals?
Two African-American males. They looked, I know one was in a white Impala.
How old did they look to you?
Mid to late 20s, early 30s.
They're in a Chevy Impala. Did you get a license plate?
A white, no. It's a white Chevrolet sedan. It's either an Impala or a Lumina, but I think it's an Impala.
Can you still see them?
No, ma'am. I didn't want to attract attention.
How long ago were they out there?
Just, 10 seconds ago. I just called. I called it 10 seconds ago.
Okay. All right, we'll send someone out there and see what we can do, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye.
And Ms. Rumpf, what is the last call date and time in chronological order, please?
February 2nd, 2012, at 20:29 hours, and that would be 8:29.
Sanford Police Department, this line's been recorded. This is Renee.
Hey, can I get an officer to 1960 Retreat View Circle?
Your name?
George?
You said 1960?
Yes, 1960.
What's going on there, George?
I'm with the Neighborhood Watch, and we've had some burglaries and vandalisms lately. And this gentleman was walking in the neighborhood. I've seen him before on trash days, going around picking up trash. I don't know what his deal is.
Is he white, black, or Hispanic?
It's black.
What is he wearing?
He's wearing a black leather jacket, a black bomber hat.
Black, what kind of hat?
like a bomber hat, like the ones that have the ears, like that you can fold down.
Black leather jacket, black hat, and what else?
And like flannel printed pajama pants.
And what is he doing?
He keeps going to this guy's house. I know him. I know the rest of him. He's Caucasian. And he's going up to the house and then going along the side of it and then coming to the street and then going back to the side of it. I don't know what he's doing. I don't want to approach him personally. If you have an officer available, I'd probably have him stop on Reinhardt across the street from Walter Meets Bentley and go around the back.
Okay, George, what's your telephone number you can be reached at?
407-435-2400.
Okay, we'll get one out there. Thanks for calling.
Thanks.
Bye.
And Ms. Rumpf, do those CAD reports, are you able to tell from those if, you mentioned earlier that you update or change events in that system as things go on. Do any of those reports indicate whether the police actually made contact with anybody in connection with any of those incidents?
Yes, on 2 of them.
Which 2, please?
Just one moment, please. On event 2011-218-2217, which would be dated August 6, 2011, we did make contact with 2 subjects.
And what was does the code that's entered in the records tell you sort of what happened or if anything else happened beyond that?
On this particular call, they did a field contact report.
So there's nothing beyond that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. What was the second one?
The second one was dated August 1st, 2011, and we came in contact with 2 subjects. And
I'm sorry, August 1st?
I'm sorry, October 1st, 2011. And we came in contact with 2 subjects.
Okay, so then again, no further?
No report taken.
Thank you. No other questions, Charlie?
Okay, Cross?
Yes, thank you. Let's start with the last first, Ms. Rumpf, if we could. So, on the call of October 1st, 2011, police were dispatched, correct?
Correct.
And they actually found the people that Mr. Zimmerman called in about, correct?
They ran 2 names, yes, sir.
Right.
2 subjects, yes, sir.
That's in response to the phone call, right?
Yes, sir.
That was the phone call where he said it was late in the morning, wasn't it? Almost 1 o'clock in the morning?
00:53 hours,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
And there were 2 black males in a white Impala hanging out by the gate in their late 20s, early 30s, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does that form tell you anything else about the contact with those people?
No, this one does not.
Did it tell you, for example, that they were residents or not residents?
This one does not.
Would it have been a field contact even filled out if they had been residents?
You would have to ask the responding unit that on that particular case.
Okay, good. Who is that?
The responding officers on this case were, just 1 second. Officer Jack Murray.
Murray?
Yes, sir.
Agency?
Sanford Police Department.
Okay. So he would be able to clear up for us and fill in more of the facts about this case, correct?
Correct. And there's also another officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Jordan Beecham, also Sanford Police Department.
Okay. And describe what exactly a field report is. Just when officers do respond?
It's when you come in contact with a person and you're just obtaining basic information on the person.
Gotcha. There could also have been additional paperwork generated by Sanford Police Department, correct?
On this particular event?
Yes, let's say yes on this one.
If it was, it would not be to my knowledge.
It doesn't all go to, you're just looking at the non-emergency or 911 call data, correct?
Correct.
And that ends with something like a dispatch or a field report where they may send it back to you. We did a field report on this incident?
On this particular incident, sir, they cleared it with the disposition of V. Victor, which is an indication of no report.
Gotcha.
On the other event, the disposition code was a Q Quebec, which is field contact, which means that they did obtain the information and one of the subjects did live there.
Okay. So let's then go to the other field contact, the one on 8/6 of 2011?
Yes.
That was the concern about the youth matching the description of a previous recent burglary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a field contact with that?
On this, there was.
Okay. And it was identified that one of the people lived in the subdivision, correct?
If I remember correctly, yes, sir.
Now, do you know on the 2/2/12 event? Let's go to that one for a minute.
Okay.
Were you aware that the person who was identified in that report was arrested for a burglary in that neighborhood and he lived in that subdivision?
No, I'm not aware of that. It's not indicated.
So we've talked about 8/6, 10/11. I'm sorry, 10/1/11.
Yes.
Any other information on your discovery besides what you've talked about so far?
No, sir.
You've had a chance, have you ever been a dispatch or a 911 operator yourself? Is that how you moved up the ranks or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you've actually probably listened to, I'm going to guess, thousands of these calls?
Yes.
Okay. You've heard these here today, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Individually, and then as a whole, individually, the August 3rd, 2011 phone call, did you hear anything of concern to you in Mr. Zimmerman's voice, the way he was presenting himself?
Objection, Judge. The honest. She's testifying as a records custodian.
Sustained.
It would be heard at the bench, Your Honor?
No, you can call her as her own witness.
Can I call her now, out of order?
No.
So not to waste her time or ours?
No.
Is there anything in your database that would suggest that the system, those who view the system, had any concerns with 5 calls over 6 months being placed by one person? Is there?
Can you read?
Sure. Any concerns with the fact that a concerned citizen called 5 times in 6 months?
By myself or by?
Well, I guess I can't ask you your personal opinion yet until you're my witness. So specifically to the system, I mean, do you identify or highlight problem callers, prank callers, so that you know what it is? Do you guys record or have some database that addresses things like that?
No, we do not.
Okay. In your experience, not to the particular calls, but is this an unusual amount of calls in 6 months from a neighborhood watch person involved in his community?
I would not be able to answer that without going back and doing research to an event related such as this.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. May Ms. Rump be excused?
Certainly.
Do you still want
Unfortunately
to?
not. We're going to have to leave her
Okay,
as
you're
our witness.
you're excused subject to being recalled. You may leave the courtroom now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Here we call Rachel Gentile.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Rachel Gentile, Jeantel.
Ms. Gentile, what is your date of birth?
February the 1st, 1994.
And you are how old right now?
19.
Okay. Have you previously gone by the name of Diamond or Dee Dee nicknames?
Yes.
Okay. And you currently live in Miami?
Yes.
Where were you born?
Miami.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
Miami.
Okay. Is your family originally from where?
Haiti and Dominican.
Okay. Haiti and the Dominican Republic?
Yes.
Okay. Was your mother born in Haiti?
Yes.
And do you live with your mother?
Yes.
Are you going to school at this time?
Yes.
And what school are you going to?
Miami Northern Senior High.
And what grade will you be in starting in the fall?
12.
While you were growing up in Miami, did you become friends with a person by the name of Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
In fact, did you go to elementary school with him?
Objections leading.
I'll be glad to rephrase it. While you were in elementary school, did you meet Trayvon Martin when he was in school with you?
Yes.
Okay. And later, specifically in February of 2012, last year, did you end up having contact with him again?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically in February of 2012, did he end up coming by your neighborhood, and did you end up
He came
talking
around
to
my
him?
area.
Okay. Did you ever actually formally go out on a date with him?
No. We were just friends.
I want to focus on February 26th of 2012, that Sunday. Were you living in Miami, and were you in Miami on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that Trayvon Martin was up in Sanford on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Trayvon Martin that day on the telephone?
Yes.
And during that day, did you talk to him several times on the phone?
Yes.
Back in February of 2012, was your phone number 786-419-3726?
Yes.
And was Trayvon Martin's number 786-312-9558?
Yes.
Okay. Having interacted with Trayvon Martin prior to talking to him that day, do you know what type of phone did he have? Did he have a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have a cell phone that had, I don't know what you call those things?
Headset.
Headset?
Yes.
And do you know how that was controlled?
Yes.
How was it controlled?
He had a headset.
Like
right
plugs
there.
going into your ear, and
yeah,
you have a
button to talk to,
Okay.
like a speaker.
Now, that evening, were you all talking on the telephone?
Yes.
And did he describe something to you that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. I want to focus, when you were talking to him on the phone, did he describe being at a particular place and the weather conditions?
Yes.
Tell us about that if you could.
What happened at the store or?
Yes, at the store.
He was going to the store for his future stepbrother, I think named Chad.
Okay. Did he say what he was going to go get at the store?
A candy in Arizona.
Okay. Did he tell you the particular store that he was going to, or was that?
No, corner store in this.
And did he describe the weather condition, whether it was sunny, rainy, snowing,
It
or
was
what?
about to rain when he was going.
Okay.
It was about to rain when it was going.
Now, did that conversation with Trayvon Martin continue throughout there, and then also what followed?
Yes.
Okay. And during your conversations with Trayvon Martin, at some points did your phone and his disconnect?
Yes.
Okay. And did either he call you back or you call him back?
He called me back.
Okay. Now, at some point, did Trayvon Martin describe going back to the neighborhood, to the retreat at Twin Lakes, the complex where he was staying at?
Yes.
Okay. I want to pick up from there. Did he describe when he was at the complex something happening?
Yes.
Tell us, if you can, what he described happening.
A man was watching him.
When he told you that a man was watching him, did you say anything to him?
No, I didn't think it was a big idea.
I'm sorry.
I did not think it was a big idea, so no.
And-
I did not think it was.
I did not think it was a big idea, so I did
Okay.
not.
What happens is sometimes you've got two microphones, so it might be a little confusing. Could you just, either move or, that's all right, just get closer. You're doing fine, but you have to get close to the microphone so everybody can hear you. Especially this lady right here in front. She's taking everything down, so she needs to be able to hear you. And did he then say something was happening? Or-
Yeah,
Okay.
he said the man kept watching him.
Okay. And tell us what happened then.
As he was telling me, the man, he kept complaining that man was just watching him, and I just said how the man looked like.
Okay, hold on.
I would object to the narrative form of the testimony.
I'll be glad to rephrase. Or-
Please, could you please speak up so everybody can hear? Thank you. Go ahead and wait for the question, ask the question.
You've got a very soft voice, but we make sure everybody can hear you, both sides and everybody, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Martin, Trayvon Martin complained.
Yeah,
What was he complaining about?
that a man just kept watching him.
Yeah, I object to the narrative form of the testimony as opposed to the questions of what was said and what the response was.
Okay, if your objection is narrative, it is overruled. You may ask your next question.
After he said that, did you say anything back to him, or did he say anything back to you?
Yes, I asked him how the man looked like. He
And
just told me the man looked creepy and
he said the man looked creepy.
creepy white.
Okay.
Excuse my language, cracker.
Okay, and what did you say? Okay, they're having trouble hearing you, so take your time.
Creepy ass cracker
Okay, creepy ass cracker.
was just looking at him, and I said, "Oh,
Okay, and I know you grew up in a Haitian family, so make sure that everybody can hear you. Try to speak as clear and okay.
Okay, can you repeat what your answer was, please?
creepy ass." What's the question?
The question was they want you to repeat your answer when you said what you asked him what. The
I
man
had
looked
asked him
like.
how the man looked like. He looked like a creepy ass cracker.
Okay, let me make sure we got that. Creepy
Ass cracker.
cracker.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you recall him saying?
Yes.
Okay. And is that to mean like a white individual?
Yes, Caucasian.
What did you say to him, or what did he say to you after that?
So he told me the man was looking at him. So I had to think it might have been a rapist. Saying you don't know the area, it might have been a rapist.
Okay.
So he told me the man was looking at him, so I had to think it might be a rapist.
Yes.
Okay. Were you saying?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Okay, she's going to repeat it. Could you please repeat your answer?
Go ahead.
So he told me the man was looking at him, so I had to think it might be a rapist. She said something after that, but I didn't hear what she said.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry, Madam Court Reporter. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready, thank you.
Could you repeat your answer? You said you told him the man might be a rapist?
Yes.
Okay. And what else did you say to him, and what did he say to you?
No, stop playing with him like that.
I'm sorry.
With him like that.
Mr. Trayvon Martin told you stop playing with him like that? Like
Yeah.
stop joking like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I told him, okay, then why he keep looking at you? So.
Okay. Did Mr. Martin say the guy kept looking at him?
Yeah, and then he just told me he just going to try to lose him.
Okay.
By start walking back home, because the rain calmed a little bit down.
Okay. So Mr. Martin told you he was going to try to lose the man?
Yeah, by start walking home.
Okay. And did you say anything to him?
No, we're just talking, and then he just told me the man following him now.
Okay.
Following him.
Yeah.
The man kept following him?
Yes.
Okay. Did he?
Objection. Mr. De La Ronda misstated the witness's testimony in his question. Could we
I'll be glad.
Just restate your question, and if you could give your answer slowly for us and loud.
You mentioned Trayvon Martin told you this man was looking at him.
Yes.
Correct? You told him that.
This is leading now.
I'm trying to get to the point.
You're objecting that you can't understand what she's saying. We're trying to get the answer in. So if you could please give us your answer. Ask your question. Give us your answer as slowly and clearly and loudly as you can. Have a seat.
It's really hard for me to see the witness. If I'm seated, we have an obstruction issue in the court.
Okay, this is the first witness that you're telling me you're having an issue with seeing. If you need to move your seat to another place at the table, you may feel free to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. De La Ronda, ask your question, please.
You mentioned that Trayvon Martin said something to you, and you said something back to him. Now follow up after you said about the man.
He started walking home.
Yes.
He started walking home. He told me.
Let me stop you. He said he started walking home?
Yeah, he's going to leave the area where the melon area at. He's going to leave the melon area where he was at. Yeah, where you get your melon.
All right, and I'll make sure that everybody understands what you're saying. Did you say he said he's going to leave the mailing area where he's at?
Yes.
Okay, what did you take that to mean?
That he's leaving the area. He said he's going to start walking home.
Okay,
so,
then what happened?
So, and then we started talking about something else, about the All-Star game. Telling me the All-Star game. Okay. Telling me go check for him.
All right.
If it's on.
Okay, so Mr. Martin told you he was leaving the mailing area where he was at.
And then.
And you started talking about something else.
Yeah.
What did you and Mr. Martin talk about?
The All-Star game.
The All-Star game meaning what? The basketball All-Star game?
The All-Star game that was happening that day.
Okay. Then what happened?
And then he said the nigga still following me now. That nigga is still following me now.
That he's still following him?
Yes.
Okay, did he use a word to describe that?
Let's go slowly.
And now the nigga's still following me.
Okay. Pardon my language, but did he say the word, pardon my language, did he use the word nigger to describe the man now?
Yes.
Okay.
That's slang.
That's slang?
Yeah.
Okay. And he said, use the N-word to describe the man following him still?
Yeah, now following him.
Now following him.
Yeah.
Okay. And what I want you to do, Rachel Gentel, is...
Please. Yes, ma'am.
Is now I'm sorry, I just didn't hear.
Okay, can we, one more time, please give that answer again.
He said He told me now that a man is start following him. I follow him.
Okay, you can't ask your questions. If you can't understand, just raise your hand.
I apologize, John. We have a obstruction here that the person wants to just clear. I'm going to wait a minute for Mr. West to reposition himself, so, with the court's permission.
Your Honor, I think the witness changed her answer from the first time. Could we have it read back rather than having the answer just repeated differently?
No, she can answer the questions, ask the question again.
Ms. Gentile, you mentioned what happened next. Tell me what happened next.
Okay.
Yes, we need the last question. After you started talking about the All-Star game, you started to say what Mr. Martin said to you on the phone. Could you please repeat it slowly and loudly?
Now the nigga is following me.
Thank you.
After Mr. Martin said the N-word and said he's following me, what happened then?
And then he just told me, and then I just told him run, and he said not.
Okay. You told him to run?
Yeah.
And what did, if anything, did Mr. Martin say?
He said nah, he almost right there. So he almost right by his daddy fiance house.
So, Mr. Martin, you told him to run, and he said no, he's almost by his daddy's.
I object. It's a misstatement of the
Okay,
witness's
please sit down. Could you please give your answer again? You have to say it slowly and loudly. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here's what you need to do is move that microphone if you could a little bit. No, the one in the middle, the small one, you got two of them. I don't know if that one's working.
That's not the one. Bobby, could you lift the other one up just a little bit? I think we've been having problems with that microphone all along. I think it has to be tilted up. Could you speak into there and let's see if we can hear you?
Okay, thank you. Try. Just tell us what you said here. Go ahead.
And then he told me he's almost there. So as he was walking, he just complaining the man still following him. And then he told me he gonna run from the back.
Okay, let me stop you a second.
Wait, he's going to run from the back?
Yeah, run from the back. And I said, oh. And then a second later, he said he about to run from the back. And then I started hearing wind, and then the phone just shut off. And I had called back.
Stop a second. Let me make sure everybody's got it, because there's some people writing down notes. Take your time.
And then the phone just shut off. And then I had called back. He answered.
Okay. The phone.
Wait. And then the phone just shut off, and then I had called back, and he answered?
Yes.
Okay. Let me interrupt you a second. When you say the phone cut off, meaning your connection with Mr. Martin?
Cut off because he started running from the back area.
And did you call him back or did he call you back?
I called him back.
And when you called him back, were you able to, again, start talking to him on the phone?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Martin, then when you called him back, did you say something to Mr. Martin or did he say something to you? And take your time when you're answering.
He said I asked him where he at, and he told me he at the back of his daddy fiance house, like in the area where his daddy fiance by his daddy fiance house. Like I said, oh, you better keep running. He said, nah, he lost them.
Okay, let me stop a second. This lady's got to take everything down, so you need to make sure you're, okay. So after he said he lost him, what happened then?
And he said he by the area that his daddy house is, his daddy fiance house is. And I told him keep running. He said nah, he'll just walk faster. I was like, oh, and I ain't complaining because he was breathing hard, so I understand why. So
what happened after that?
And then a second later, Trayvon come and say, oh shit.
A second later.
A couple seconds later, Trayvon come and say, oh shit.
Okay, let me interrupt a second. When you say the words, oh shit, pardon my language, who said that?
Trayvon.
He said it to you?
Yes.
Okay. And after he used, pardon my language, he said, oh shit, what happened then?
The nigga behind me.
I'm sorry.
The nigga behind me.
Okay, he used the N word again and said, the nigger is behind me?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you say anything to him at that time?
I told him, you better run. And he had told me he almost bought his daddy's fiance house. So I said, oh, and then I just closed my room door that connects to my door in the bathroom.
Okay, let me make sure the jury understands that. You're not talking to Mr. Martin at that time. You're actually in a room, and you did what in your house?
It was in my bathroom. I was trying to fix my hair for school the next day.
Okay, so you were talking. How were you able to talk and fix your hair at the same time?
On Bluetooth.
You were on Bluetooth?
Bluetooth.
Okay. So while you were talking to him, you had a Bluetooth connection.
Yes.
And did you tell him, hold on, I'm going to go fix my hair, or you just did it? You're just telling the jury what you did?
I just did it.
Okay.
Because the phone was just in my pocket, so.
Okay. What happened then after you went to another room, closed the door, and were fixing your hair?
I just closed the door.
Oh, I'm sorry, you closed the door?
Yeah.
Are you still talking to him at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us what happened then.
And then I say, Trayvon. And then he said, why are you following me for? And then I heard a hard breath man come and say, what you doing around here?
Okay.
Wait, no. And then I say, Trayvon, and then he said, why are you following me for? And then I heard a hard
breathing man say, what you doing around here?
A hard breathing man saying,
what you doing around here?
Okay. Let me interrupt you. Is what you just told us a conversation that you're having with Trayvon, or Trayvon's having with somebody else?
What happened with someone else?
Okay. That's what you're hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
Then I started saying, Trayvon, what's going on? Then I heard a bump. And I had a feeling it was a bump because the headset, Trayvon had a headset.
You heard a bump?
Yeah, a bump.
And what did you assume that was?
The headset.
Okay. What happened then?
Then I started hearing grass sound and wet grass sound.
What do you mean you heard grass sound?
Like grass, wet grass.
Okay. Then what happened?
And then I was calling Trayvon, and then I started hearing a little bit of Trayvon saying, get off, it's crap.
Okay, let me stop you a second. You heard a grass sound, and then you said something. What did you say?
I was trying to say, Trayvon, what's going on?
And what did you hear?
Trayvon, I kind of heard Trayvon saying, get off.
Then what did you hear?
And then a second later, the phone hung up. The phone shut off.
Okay. When the phone shut off, what happened then?
And I had to call him back.
You called Trayvon Martin back?
Yes.
Were you able to talk to him again?
No.
Did Trayvon Martin, ever call you back?
No.
Did you ever talk to Trayvon Martin again?
No.
At some point, you found out that Trayvon Martin had been killed. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall, in relation to that Sunday when you had a phone call with him, when it was approximately that you found out that something had happened to Trayvon Martin?
It was a rumor. It was a rumor that Monday when I went to school. Like after that Sunday he passed. Monday it was a rumor going around his school. I have friends that go around his school, that go to his school, saying that he passed away. Okay. I ain't believe it.
Okay. Let me interrupt you a second. At school, people were saying something happened to him?
Yeah, that he died.
And you did not believe it?
Mm-mm.
When did you officially find out that he was dead?
That Tuesday afternoon.
And do you recall how you found out that he died?
Because my friend had sent me A text of an article.
Okay, so you found out in the media or people told you?
Yeah, my friend had sent me a text of an article saying Trayvon's name, that he died. And I had asked her what time that he died. And I had to look at my phone. My phone said 7:16 that the phone hung up.
So you found out that Trayvon Martin was dead, and then you were trying to figure out whether, in relation to the last time you spoke to him?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how he died. It was just a fight. How he died, and it was just a fight that last time I had talked to him, a fight broke out.
Okay. You stated that a fight broke out. Tell us what you mean by that. Tell the jury what you mean by that.
It's just a fight broke out. It was not, I didn't take it serious, just a fight broke out. And I had thought he was already by his daddy's house, that somebody would come help him, because by the Mellon area, he could have heard sound and stuff. And I thought the daddy was there, so.
You didn't realize that the last time you spoke to him was the day he died?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point, did Trayvon Martin's dad call you up and tell you, in terms of figured out that you were the last person to have spoken to him on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, did you find out that Trayvon Martin had a wake and a funeral too?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not go to that, correct?
No.
Okay. When Trayvon Martin's dad called you up, did you tell him that you were the last person to have talked to him? Are you all right? Do you need to take a break?
No.
Okay. Do you want some water or something? Or?
No.
Okay. At some point, you found out that people wanted to talk to you about this case, about what you had heard?
When his father called?
Yes.
Really much, I did not know what, like, if I was any way in this case. Like, when my friend did go to the wake, and they said they had got the man, so I said, okay. She went to the wake.
Yeah, a friend of yours went to the wake?
Yeah, like some of my friends went to the wake. Okay. And they had said his body was there. That's his body. He dead.
Okay. Why didn't you go to the wake or to the funeral?
I didn't want to see the body.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't want to see the body.
You didn't want to see the body?
No.
You ended up speaking to Trayvon Martin's mother and to parents, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up lying about not going, why you didn't go to the wake, the funeral?
Yes.
And why did you lie about not going to the funeral or to the wake?
I felt guilty.
Felt guilty about what?
By them finding out that was the last person who went. That was the last person who talked to their son. That was the last person that talked to their son. And I ain't go to the wake for no respect.
Ms. Gentile, since that time, have you heard the recording, telephone recording where there's cries for help and then a shot? Have you heard that on TV and stuff?
Yes.
Okay. The cries for help, are you able to say whose voice that is or voices that is?
Trayvon. It sounds like Trayvon's.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cross.
Would this be a good time for a short break for everyone?
Okay. You okay if we take a short break?
Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 15-minute recess. If you'll please put your notepads face down on the chairs and follow Deputy Jarvis out of the courtroom. Please be seated. Council want to approach for just one moment before we recess or break. As soon as I get something I'm asking for, yes. Yes, you may.
I may need to retrieve it at some point to get a copy to the state, but this is the original.
I'll get copies.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Court is in recess for 15 minutes.
Not sure that's acceptable.
Please be seated. We're back on the record. Are we ready to bring the jury back in? Let's go ahead and bring them in. Can we get Ms. Gentile back in the courtroom, please? I am so sorry. Guess I should look over there.
Jury's private, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Mr. West, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gentile.
Good afternoon, Mr. Don.
You met Trayvon Martin when you both were in kindergarten?
Second grade.
Second grade, but you weren't friends on up to the present time. You lost contact with him completely until just February of 2006.
In high school, when we got to high school.
And then in February of 2012, you became reconnected, if you will.
February the 1st.
The actual first day of February?
Yes, the day of my birthday, I remember.
Mm-hmm. And did you become reacquainted because Trayvon Martin would come into the neighborhood where you live
Yes.
to meet up with some of his friends?
With friends, yes. Be with friends. With friends.
That Trayvon Martin would
Yes.
come to your neighborhood with his friends?
No, friends. His friends live in my neighborhood.
Okay. So he would come into your neighborhood to
hang out, ride bikes, play games.
Mm-hmm. And is that how he met up with you again?
Yes.
And then right about February 1st on your birthday, is that when you and he began to talk and text frequently?
Laugh around, yes. Laugh around, yes. Laugh around, playing around, yes.
Mm-hmm. So you would then talk with him on the phone quite a bit and text with him beginning about February 1st?
Yes.
But you weren't in any way his girlfriend?
No.
And you hadn't ever actually gone on a date?
No.
From February 1st until February 26th, when he died, would you have seen him only 2 or 3 times in person?
3 times? No. I saw him a lot, before he went out of town.
When did he go out of town?
The week before he died.
So between February 1st and February 19th or 20th, you saw him a few times?
Yes.
But not in a boyfriend-girlfriend kind
No.
of way? And then when he went out of town, when he came up to Sanford, did you continue to talk with him on the phone and text him?
Yes.
And did you do that on through Sunday, February 26th, that we've been talking about here today?
Yes.
On February 26th, did you text with him throughout the morning and early afternoon?
Yes.
And then also talk with him at some length during the day?
I didn't hear what you said. What you said?
And then you talked with him a lot during the day itself?
Yes, the whole day. Text and talk.
So basically all day you and he were on the phone?
Yes. Or somebody put 3-way. We had 3-way. He put some of his friends and I put some of my friends on the phone around that time when we was on the phone.
So sometimes there would be more than just you on the phone with him?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, let me offer Defendants 2A into evidence by agreement or without objection.
Okay, it's
now
marked
been
as
marked.
2A?
That's what it says.
Where would we get a 2A?
We were finished with A through Z, so we started with Z.
Oh, I didn't know that you, this isn't State's Exhibit.
It's like a double A, I think.
We're trying to make the new version, the numeric and the alpha and similar.
Okay, nobody told me they've marked something up to, and if it's stipulated into evidence, it would come in as 16.
Into evidence is 16, but when you're questioning the alpha is why I was saying.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, what you have pre-marked as Exhibit AA will come into evidence as Defense Exhibit 16.
Well, Judge, I misplaced the extra copy just for reference. That would be fine, so that the witness could take a look at this.
You may approach her.
Just for the witness's frame of reference, it's been, Ms. Jotel, this is a list of the times, the beginning time and the end time of the calls between you and Trayvon Martin on February 26th. Do you see what that looks like and see what it says?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I may ask you to use that to refresh your recollection or be able to pinpoint.
It should be more.
This call record begins at 5:09:36.
No.
Do you see that?
I see it, but it ain't begin at 5:09. It began around 12 something.
Right, right. So what you're saying is that there were more calls during the day between you and Trayvon Martin than what are shown here on this list.
Yes.
Well, the list only starts at 5:09:36 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the end time of the call is marked by the other column. There's a start time and then an end time.
Yes.
So, for example, the first call starts at 5:09:36 and then ends at 6:30:01. You see that?
Yes.
The next call starts at 6:30:40 and then ended at 6:43:15. You see that?
Yes.
The next one starts at 6:41:05 and ends at 6:44:32.
Yes.
And the next one starts at 6:45:01 and ends at 6:49:17.
Yes.
The next one starts at 6:49:46 and ends at 6:53:31.
Yes.
The next one starts at 6:53:47 and ends at 6:53:55.
Yes.
The next one starts at 6:54:00 and ends at 6:54:33.
Yes.
The next one starts at 6:54:16 and ends at 7:11:47.
Yes.
And then the next and final call on the list starts at 7:12:06 and ends at 7:15:43.
Yes.
And these are represented to be the various phone calls, not necessarily that you made. They could be that calls that Mr. Martin made to you.
Yes.
But they were calls that you and Mr. Martin were on together that evening.
Yes.
Do you remember about what time Trayvon Martin told you he was leaving the house to go to the store?
6 something, 6, around 6.
Were you talking with him while he was on his way to the store?
Yes.
And did you talk with him while he was at the store?
Yes.
And then did you continue to talk with him after he left the store?
Yes.
Do you know which of these phone calls might have been the time when he was at the store?
Nope.
There is a picture in evidence that shows Mr. Martin at the 7-Eleven at 6:23 in the afternoon, using that as a frame of reference. Do you remember talking to Mr. Martin while he was inside the store?
Yes.
And then there's also in evidence a telephone call that was made in connection with Mr. Martin being in the neighborhood at 7:09. You don't see that one on here, but I'm pointing that out to you for that time frame. From 6:23:49 until 7:09:11, I think. that time period is what I'd like to concentrate on for the moment. Are you with me?
No, you lost me.
Trayvon Martin was in the 7-Eleven getting the snacks that you talked about at
Yes.
6:23:49, okay? Because his picture was taken by the camera at the store that's marked on that date and time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the telephone call to the police that Mr. Zimmerman made is at 7:09:34. 7:09:34. So that's the time period I'd like to concentrate on for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So, knowing that Mr. Martin left the store at 6:23:49 or thereabouts, and Mr. Zimmerman saw him in the retreat at Twin Lakes complex at 7:09:34, are you able to tell me about what you and Mr. Martin talked about during that time period, and where, if anywhere, he went other than to the complex where his father's fiancée was staying?
That night,
Yes.
the rain had got him. The rain. He got caught by the rain. He was at the mailing place, the mailing area.
So did he tell you then, as he left the store, that it started to rain?
Yes.
And that he ran to or walked quickly to the mail area?
Shortcut.
Pardon me?
A shortcut to the mailing area.
A shortcut from where to where? Do you have any idea?
No.
But he told you that he was going to run over to the mail area?
Yes.
Do you know if that was the mail area that was in the complex where he was staying, or was that perhaps in another complex in between the store and where he was staying?
The complex that he was staying on.
Also,
Because I had asked him where he was at. He said he's in a place where his father is staying at.
it's also been indicated that it's about a mile, give or take a little, from the store to the complex where he was staying.
No, I don't know where. I don't know. I never been there.
You don't have any idea then what the distance might be?
No, I never been there.
So what I'm trying to understand from you at this point is, do you have any idea where Trayvon Martin went between leaving the store at about 6:23 in the late afternoon before the phone call was made at 7:09:34?
Wait, what? Repeat what you're saying. I'm confused. Repeat.
Well, there's about 35 or 40 minutes there between when he left the store and when he was seen in the complex. So I'm trying to understand from you, do you have any idea where he went or what he was doing at that point?
He was at the mailing place talking, telling me to check the television for the All-Star game. Did it start? Yes.
But he had to go about a mile to get from the store to what you believe is the mail place. Was there any conversation about where he was going or why it would take him so long to get there?
We was talking around.
In any event, what you believe is that after he left the store, he went right over to the mail place in the
the rain
complex?
had caught him.
I'm sorry?
The rain had caught him from the rain. He got caught by the rain. And he did a shortcut to the mailing area.
So are you saying then that what you believe, anyway, that he was in the vicinity of the mail area?
He was right by the place where the house is at, I think.
I don't follow you, sorry. I'm trying to get just a sense of perspective. As far as you can tell from what you remember saying was that when Trayvon Martin said to you that he was in the mail area, that you believed that
He was
to be in the
standing under.
complex?
He was standing under the mail area.
And you don't have any information as to where he went or why it took him so long to get there?
No.
Let's talk for a minute about how you came to be involved in the case. Do I understand correctly that the night of the event, you believed it was just a fight and that you did not think it was necessarily important to call anybody and tell them that you were on the phone with Trayvon Martin when whatever happened, happened?
I don't understand what you're talking about. What part are you at? That day, the time after I got out the phone with Trayvon?
At that point, I believe you said that when the phone disconnected,
I had called back.
And you got no answer.
No answer.
And you believed that it was just a fight.
And then I told you, I had believed that it was just a fight, and he already told me he was by his father's house, so I thought his father was going to help him, and I did hear like sounds from the background and people could help him, so I never thought it was that deadly serious. So I had called back a number before.
So your impression that night was that whatever happened, it was a fight, correct?
Yeah, that broke out.
Right. And you don't know exactly how it broke out,
Well, no.
correct?
No.
What you do know, though, is there was a point in time when Trayvon Martin was saying to you he had lost the guy.
Yes.
And that after that, there was a time when he said he sees him.
Again.
Again.
Yes.
And at that point, you told him to run, and he said no.
Because he said no because he was right by his father's house. Mm-hmm. In my mind, like a couple houses away.
So what he did instead, though...
Walk faster.
Right. But what he did instead was that he turned to George Zimmerman and said, "Why are you following me?"
No.
That's the first thing you heard, wasn't it?
I had closed the door. I had a Bluetooth on. I ain't hear nothing. I had a Bluetooth on. And he would have told me that he was going to turn around. He did not tell me he was going to turn around. None of that. Or he'll just end the phone call with me and say, "I'll call you back." If he was going to do that.
After he told you that he saw the man again.
He had saw the man again.
The next thing that you heard him say was, "Why are you following me?"
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Next thing I heard, I had closed the door. And I had to say, "Trayvon, yeah, why you following me?" Yes, you can run it. You right. You can go. You can go.
I'm sorry, it takes me a little bit of time sometimes to come up with the next question.
You can go.
Okay. So at that point then is when you heard what you believe Trayvon Martin to have said, "Why are you following me?"
Yes.
At that point, George Zimmerman said, "What are you talking about?"
What you doing around here?
What
are you doing around here?
When you talked with Mr. Crump, do you remember talking with Mr. Crump on the phone?
Yeah. No, not really.
You don't really remember that?
No, because that day I was not really wanting to talk to him that much because I don't know him. I did not know him around that time. Mm-hmm. And I was still shaking up and with everything. That day I really just rushed on everything. The interview, everything was going on. The only thing I thought was about to go on that day was just the letter. The letter.
maybe what we should do then is sort of fill in some of the gaps. And if you don't follow me, just let me know. After the event on February 26th,
Yes.
then a day or two later you realized that Trayvon Martin had died,
Yes.
and that you realized that you were the last person to have talked with him.
Yes.
And you didn't report that to anyone.
What? They said they had got the person who shot Trayvon, and I never thought I was a witness of this situation.
We'll take that in smaller pieces if we could. So you realized then that you were the last person to have spoken with Trayvon Martin.
Yes.
But you did not report it to law enforcement.
No.
Did not
I thought they were supposed to call you. Call the person, like track the number down, see who was the last person if somebody got shot.
Oh, you said you thought they were supposed to call you?
Yeah, they never did. So I thought I was in the witness.
And
they
that was
had got the persons. They already had the person who shot Trayvon. And my thought that the daddy was there, people was there, there was a witness.
You had learned then, I take it, that Trayvon Martin died and that the person that had shot him had been identified?
Yes, and was arrested.
Was arrested.
Yes.
Okay, so you thought case closed.
Yeah.
So you didn't contact anyone to say that you were the last person to have talked with him?
Friends, they knew.
Right, not law enforcement
No.
or parents or anything like that?
No.
So you thought then that somebody at some point would figure that out with the cell phones and then contact you?
Yes. That's not what officers do. Do you watch First 48?
I didn't hear you.
Do you watch First 48? They call the first number that the victim talked to.
What? I'm sorry, the first 48?
A show. First 48. When a victim died, they called the number that the victim called before, and they ain't called my number, so, and they had already got the person, so case closed, I thought.
So some time passed, I take it, and you just assumed the case was over with, and...
Yeah, they already had the person who shot him.
Mm-hmm. And then that changed, I take it. You realized that, in fact, George Zimmerman had not been arrested.
When the father, well, that Sunday, after the father had called me, that's the second time.
You realized sometime between February 26th and the time that Tracy Martin contacted you that George Zimmerman had, in fact, not been arrested.
February 26th.
Right.
I thought he was arrested.
On February 26th, Trayvon Martin died.
February 26th, this is what I'll get from my friends. February 26th, they said Trayvon got shot, and Trayvon, the person who shot Trayvon was arrested.
When did you learn that?
My friend told me, like, when I learned that was like the day, that was a Tuesday.
The 2 days afterwards.
Yeah, when I really found out that he was dead.
And then nobody else had called you about the case, so you didn't take it upon yourself to talk with anybody about anybody in law enforcement or anybody connected with
No, I
Mr.
never
Martin's
thought I was a
family.
witness.
And then some time passed, about March 18th, is that correct?
17th.
March 17th.
Saturday.
Pardon me?
Saturday, March. I think that was a Saturday.
It was a Saturday in March, about the middle of March?
Yes.
Around the 17th or 18th, probably?
17th. That was a Saturday.
Could we check that out? You believe that the 17th was a Saturday? It could have been, I don't know. But that was around that same weekend as when you got the call.
The first phone call from his father asking me he had asked me, he see I'm the last person who had talked to Trayvon.
So did he tell you that he had found the telephone record?
No. He just, well, yes, he had seen me the last person who had talked to Trayvon.
So Mr. Martin contacted you and said he believed that you may have been the last person to talk with his son Trayvon?
He saw me the last person. He see on his son's, I don't know, phone record. That was the last person that talked to Trayvon.
What you took from that was that Mr. Martin had somehow identified your number as the last number, and that he called you about it.
Had talked to Trayvon.
Correct. That the numbers matched up, the last one on the list.
Yes.
At that point, did you know anything more about the case?
No.
You didn't know that by then George Zimmerman had not been arrested?
Nope. I don't watch the news.
Nobody at school, nobody said your friend Trayvon Martin was killed and
no.
The person that shot him hasn't been arrested?
No.
You had no idea?
No.
In any event, how about at the wake that you talked about? I know you didn't go, but that was early March, correct? March 2nd or 3rd, around there? Do you know?
March 2nd.
You had some friends that went.
Yeah.
Had anybody told you that had gone to the wake that they knew George Zimmerman had not yet been arrested?
They didn't know either. They would have told me. They did not know either. They would have told me. Trust me, they was texting me like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What was going on at the awakening. They would have told me, but they didn't tell me that. They didn't even know either. After I brought it up, like that Sunday that I had got a call for his father.
So in other words, there wasn't any talk at school, there wasn't any talk at the wake?
Everybody was trying to forget about it.
Nothing in the news that you heard?
I don't watch the news. The only time I watch the news is for weather.
So by March 17th or 18th, you still didn't know that George Zimmerman had not been arrested?
Nope.
You talked with Tracy Martin, and he said, would you talk with his lawyer?
That Sunday, I had received a call from a 954 number.
Let's back up first, though, to the conversation with Tracy Martin.
That is that day. That's the day that he told me, well, not me, but would you talk to my attorney?
So in the call where he said he thinks you were the last person to talk with Trayvon Martin, he wanted you to talk to his attorney.
Can you speak to my attorney?
And he did not ask you in that telephone call to contact law enforcement?
No.
But he wanted you to talk with his attorney?
Yes.
Did you know that he had an attorney at that point?
No.
Had you seen any press conferences or any news whatsoever
I had
where
told
his
you, I don't
attorney
watch
spoke?
news. I do not watch news.
So Mr. Martin asked you if you'll talk with his attorney, correct?
Yes.
And then the next thing that happened was you got a call from a 954 number?
Yes.
And who was that?
His father.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking with Trayvon Martin's father, and he wanted you to talk with the attorney.
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
That was just it. And
Did you agree?
Well, yes.
And at that point, you agreed because you thought this was a racial thing of some sort?
What? The situation?
Yeah.
Not really. I
was
really confused.
Didn't you say that in your statement, that the reason you got involved was because you thought it was a racial thing?
What interview?
We'll come back to that, but let's continue with the sequence. So after you have the conversation with Mr. Martin, he wants you to talk with his attorney.
Yes.
And then did you make arrangements to do that?
Yes. Well, no.
Who made arrangements?
The next, nobody. We just hung up the phone. That's it.
And then did you wait for someone to call you?
Yes.
And who called you at that point?
Not that day. The next day, March the 19th. That was a Monday. That Monday, I went to school. I got a phone call. I did not answer. They left a voice message, and then they left me a long text.
When you say they, who are you speaking of?
His mother.
And you know
his mother.
You know Trayvon's mother to be Sabrina Fulton.
Yes.
And Sabrina Fulton sent you a text wanting you to talk with the attorney?
Yes.
And you agreed to do that later that day?
Yes. Wanted to talk to my mother for she can agree for me to talk to her and her attorney.
Your mother was out of the country, though.
Yes.
So
she didn't know my mother was out of the country. She don't know my mom.
No, I was just confirming that you knew your mother was out of the country.
Yes.
And you wanted to talk with your mother?
She wanted to talk to my mother. She didn't know my age.
You lied to her and said you were 16?
Yes.
Did you get that down? She wanted to talk to my mother.
She wanted to speak to my mother before she talked to me.
Did you say she knew my age?
She didn't know my age.
She didn't know my age. Thank you.
Ms. Fulton wanted to talk with your mother, correct?
Before she talked to me.
And is that because you lied about your age?
She didn't know my age. She thought I was a minor, just like Trayvon.
But you weren't, actually. You were 18.
Yes.
So you could make the decision yourself?
Yes.
And is that what happened?
Kindly, I call her. My mother have a cell phone. You can reach her out of town from Haiti. I call her. I didn't tell her everything. I just told her to say no. And that lady didn't say no. She agreed to the interview.
Your mother agreed to allow you to be interviewed by the Martin family attorney?
Yes, I had told her, don't say, because I really did not want to meet the mother. Definitely that way situation.
I didn't hear you.
I really did not want to meet the mother that way in the situation of her son.
You didn't want to meet
Sabrina?
You didn't want to meet her?
Mm-mm.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-mm.
Because of the situation?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you agreed to the interview with her attorney?
Yeah, she just asked me to speak to an attorney. And then, okay, you get me confused. Can I tell you what happened that day? That March 19th, that day.
Is that the day that you had the interview?
With Crump, yes.
Well, sure. It might be easier if you just go ahead and tell it, and then we'll go from there.
All right. That Monday, I had got a phone call. I did not answer. I had a text by Sabrina. She had told me, "Hi, this is Sabrina. Blah, blah." I don't know all the thing. Well, can I speak to your mother, please? And I had told her that my mother would deal with the situation later. And she had said, okay, just tell your mother and reach me on this number. And I said, okay. So that day after school, I had called my mother and I had told her, because I know they wanted to meet up with me. So
Who is they? I don't mean to interrupt.
Her.
Who wanted to meet up with you?
Her. This is her. Sabrina, the mother, to speak to me what happened about that night that her son died. And I had told my mother, I told her to say no, because my plan was to give her that letter, just give it to her, not me, but one of my friends who had known her, who was working for her, give her the letter, and I'll be done with it.
So,
but when my mother I put my mother on three-way. I had called her, and then I had explained to her, not everything, just say no. And then I had called my mother, and I called Sabrina, and I already told my mother what to say. And I left the phone for like 2 minutes, and next thing I hearing her agree for me to meet Sabrina.
all right. So your mother agreed
to interview
for you
to meet Sabrina,
to meet with Miss Fulton.
Yes.
And you thought that if you did, that would be the end of it?
What?
I thought you said you could meet with her, or you could give her a letter, and that would be the end of it.
Well, did you tell her a little bit what happened? Because
Sure.
she was, and on the text message say what happened that night when her son died.
Well, of course. You would certainly expect that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Of course, who wouldn't? So at that point, no one had talked with you about what you knew that had happened.
Yeah.
Okay? So you agreed to talk with Ms. Fulton and tell her what happened?
Yeah. I agreed.
You didn't really want to?
No. 'Cause
Did you feel like you were caught in the middle?
what?
Did you feel like you were caught in the middle here?
No, it just. The truth.
So this is
The
March.
truth, I never wanted to see somebody cry. I'm not the kind of person who want to see people cry.
Of course.
I'm not an emotional person. Yeah, her son did.
So you knew then that when you had the meeting with Ms. Fulton that it would be a tough one for her.
Yeah, and definitely to hear that I was the last one to even talk to her son.
Of course. You knew that she would be very interested to know because...
Emotional.
And emotional, because there were a lot more questions than answers at that point in the case. Correct?
Yes.
So you wound up doing that, am I correct? That you met with Ms. Fulton, and was that on March 19th?
Yes.
And did you tell her generally what you knew about the event?
I told her a little bit of the events. When I saw her, I gave her the letter, and she did not even open the letter. She just asked what happened. She just wanted to know what happened that night. And I had told her that Trayvon being followed that night.
Were you trying to make it easy for her to understand?
Yeah. And then
were you
she opened the letter.
Were you using the words that Trayvon Martin spoke?
What?
When you told her what happened, did you use the words that Trayvon Martin spoke?
He was being followed?
No, about the...
No.
You clean it up, in other words.
Yeah, he was just being followed.
You just said a man was following him.
Yes. I didn't go examples, and she had asked why. I didn't tell every detail. I just told her that she was being followed. He was being followed.
Mm-hmm. And did you basically explain the short form, the short version, that you had cleaned up the language and you had basically said he was being followed?
That's it.
And then
That's just it.
Mm-hmm.
He was just being followed.
And did you tell her that you thought it was just a fight?
Yes.
Did you tell her that Trayvon Martin had said why you...
No, I didn't tell her that.
But you told her that
I told her on the text, not on the text, but the letter.
And the letter is something that you and your friend wrote down?
Yeah.
And that was a letter that you thought you might be able to give to...
That was plan A, to give it to her, because I didn't plan it to see her. Like, no, I ain't planning to see her. I just agreed. I just said, okay, I'll just go and just give her the letter.
Is that partly why you didn't go to the memorial service? Was because you didn't want people there to know you were the last person and that you didn't want to talk to Ms. Fulton about that?
What? The funeral? Why I didn't go to the viewing? I didn't want to see the body. I did agree with my friends that I was going to go. You got to understand.
In order...
You got to understand.
Mm-hmm.
You the last person to talk to the person,
mm-hmm.
and he down on the phone. After you talk to him, you got to understand what I'm trying to tell you. I'm the last person. You don't know how I felt. You think I really want to go see the body after I just talked to him?
I understand what you're saying, but what you did instead was, instead of saying...
I did not even know he was out. I did not even watch the news. I don't watch the news. I heard there was on the media. There was on local news. I did not know about that.
Okay, I knew that it was emotionally difficult for you to decide whether or not to go to the memorial service.
Yes.
And you decided not to.
Decided not to go.
Sure. And then what you did in order to explain that to Ms. Fulton and then to Mr. Delarianda under oath was that you created a lie and said that you'd gone to the hospital.
Yes.
So when you told Ms. Fulton what was happening on this March 19th meeting, you told her that you'd gone to the hospital, and that's why you didn't go to the funeral?
I told her, yes.
And then you gave her the letter?
I gave her a letter.
And had you agreed at that point to be interviewed by her attorney?
Yes.
And was your purpose at that point to do what you could do to assist so that George Zimmerman got arrested?
Yes.
And what you did then was you had a recorded telephone interview with the family attorney.
Yes.
You were supposed to see them in person, is that right?
Yes.
But you didn't go, or they changed the plan, or why didn't you see them in person?
They agreed it would be better for them on the phone.
Who agreed?
First, it's supposed to be in person. That's what she told me. Me somewhere else in this place. First, she told me I was about to leave to go to my friend's house.
And where were you supposed to meet them to have
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Was it at a house?
No.
Was it at a studio?
I don't remember where.
Were you supposed to be recorded for television?
No, I did not know about no television.
You didn't know that your interview was going to be recorded for broadcast?
No.
So, how did the plan change? You thought it was going to be an in-person meeting, but then it turned out to be a telephone interview.
Yeah.
Who told you that we're not going to do it in person, we're going to do it on the phone?
I don't remember. It had to be by Crump, I think.
Did he give you a call and just say, we've changed the plan?
It was her number. It was her number. I think he was in three-way.
You believe there was a three-way conversation that included Ms. Fulton and Mr. Crump?
Yes.
And that Mr. Crump told you there's been a change of plans?
Better for me to be recorded on the phone.
before the plan was that you would be in person, but you didn't know if there was any plan to actually record you.
I didn't know about the ABC record.
Right.
No, I did not know about that. Recording from Crump, yes, I knew about that. Because he had told me, talk louder, this will be recorded. And I said, yeah.
So was that something that was worked out in advance, that you knew you were going to be recorded and that there would be people there listening to the interview?
The mother and the attorney and the father, yes.
So what the plan was for your interview with the family attorney was that you would be on the phone at one end, and on the other end would be the family attorney who would be asking you the questions.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Martin and Ms. Fulton would also be there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know anybody else would be there?
Mm-mm.
Nobody told you that
No.
a reporter from ABC News would be present?
No,
Nobody told you that no police officers would be present?
no, I don't know.
Or other family members even?
No.
So tell me how that came about then. This is on March 19th, and you agree to be interviewed on the telephone.
Yes.
And you agreed to be recorded?
Yes.
You'd already told Ms. Fulton basically the short version of what had happened.
He was being followed.
Pardon me?
He was being followed, the short version.
Right, of course, and you gave her the letter.
Yes.
And on the three-way call with the family attorney, had you sort of briefed them as to the basics, including that you had gone to the hospital instead of the wake? You lied to them?
When me and the mother before,
Mm-hmm.
she had asked why I had not went to the awakening. I tell her the truth about not why I didn't go to the awakening, so I lied to her.
And you weren't under oath?
No, and I knew she was on the phone with me and Crump, so she could have heard. He had asked me why I was not on, why did I not go to the awakening. I had lied again, said, oh, I was at the hospital.
Is that during the three-way call that you're talking about?
Yeah.
And then you told Mr. Crump that you had lied. No, I'm sorry, you told Mr. Crump that you'd gone to the hospital instead of the wake, which was a lie.
Yes.
And you also lied and said that you were 16?
I don't remember saying that, but I did tell him I did not want my age out.
Did you say that you were 16 so that you could try to maintain more privacy?
Yes.
So you wanted to make yourself seem like a minor so that maybe there wouldn't be as much public disclosure as if you said your true age of 18?
Yes.
So you told Ms. Fulton that you were 16?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Crump that too?
Yes.
And you told both of them that you had gone to the hospital instead of going to the wake?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Yes.
May we approach?
Yes.
I'd like to make a speaking objection, so I'd like to.
Well, you can't make an objection, it was your question.
I'm sorry.
You can't make an objection to your own question. You said you wanted to make a speaking objection. You want to respond? Yes, you may approach.
Thank you, Ms. Gentile. We were talking a minute ago about statements that you may have made during the three-way conversation with Mr. Crump and Ms. Fulton. I'd like to move to the actual recorded interview that was done over the telephone.
Yeah.
Was that the same day, later the same day?
March 19th.
Is that right?
Yes.
And where were you when it was when you were being interviewed?
A house.
Pardon me?
My house.
Your house, okay. Do you know where the other parties were?
No.
Would you describe for us how that interview took place?
On the phone.
Of course. Did they call you?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation prior to starting the recording about the kinds of questions you would be asked?
No.
Did you have a conversation about who was going to be present in the room?
Yes.
And what were you told about who would be present in the room?
The parents and the attorney.
And that's all?
Yeah.
Had you given consent at that point to having this interview recorded?
Yes.
And had you given consent to having any part of it broadcast or released to the public?
No.
Was the interview done for the purposes of releasing parts of it to the public?
No. I never knew there was public on the media.
You didn't know that the interview would be released or parts of it would be used in a press conference?
This situation, yes. The situation, I never knew they was on local media. I never knew they was on TV at all.
Did you know when you were giving your interview that parts of the recording that was made would be released to the public at a press conference?
No. No.
Were you told at different points in time during the interview to repeat things so that the person running the recorder could be sure to get them again or get them the way they wanted them?
Yes.
Pardon me?
Yes, I speak low.
So there were certain things in the interview that you were told to repeat so that the recording would be precise as to that issue?
Yes, loud, yes.
And you did?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were asked during the interview certain specific questions about what had happened that evening in Sanford on February 26th.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, sorry. Did you ever hear the press conference where certain parts of what you said were played?
The next day?
Whenever?
Next day, I got a text from my brother. It had said he heard my voice on television.
Could you make a special effort to speak up? We're having such a hard time hearing you.
The next day, my brother had texted me, had said, "Do you know your voice was on television?"
I take it you didn't?
No.
So what did you learn about that?
I was not really paying focus on the tape. I was just shocked that my voice on television.
The next day your face was on TV?
No, my voice.
And do you believe that what was on TV was part of the recording of the interview the day before?
The television didn't show all the recording. They just but gave half. And I wasn't really paying attention of the how it started and all that. I was just worried about my voice.
So if I understand you, then there was a television broadcast that included parts of what you'd said the day before,
Yes.
But they didn't have any pictures of you.
No, because I had said I did not want my picture, my identity out to the public.
And did they say in that recording that you were the 16-year-old girlfriend of Trayvon Martin?
What interview?
In what was on
the
television?
Recording between me
Right.
and Crump? No.
No, what I was talking about now was what was played
on
TV, right. That you were identified as the 16-year-old girlfriend of Trayvon Martin.
No.
That you had been in a relationship for more than a year.
It was a person on the phone with him a moment before he died. A female was on the phone. A young lady, young girl was on the phone a moment before he died.
Did you ever see the press conference that Mr. Crump gave?
No.
Where he played parts of what you said?
She stated she doesn't know, so asking a question that she doesn't know an answer to, so I object.
Overall, you can answer the question.
Let me finish it first. Did you ever watch or see the press conference that Mr. Crump gave where he played parts of his interview with you?
No.
Has anyone who watched it told you about it?
Yes.
And did they tell you how you had been presented as a 16-year-old girl and the girlfriend of Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
And that wasn't true, was it?
No.
None of it was true.
It was seen.
You weren't 16 and you weren't his girlfriend.
No, it's seen because the text message.
I'm sorry?
The text message, it seemed like it because of my text message between me and Trayvon. It seemed like we were in a relationship, but we wasn't not. And then the phone calls, all the phone calls, yeah, it seems, and stuff.
When you say text messages, are you referring to the texts between you and Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry. Could you explain that a bit?
It didn't seem like a friend texting another friend. It seemed like a relationship between the person and I.
Are you saying that the text messages between you and Trayvon Martin
Yeah.
indicated that you were in a personal, intimate relationship?
Yeah.
Did you give the text messages to anybody in the Martin family or Mr. Crump?
No.
Did you talk about that with them?
No.
You never told them that you were Trayvon Martin's girlfriend, did you?
I don't really remember. I just said stuff was going on. That's it.
Did you think that you were going to be?
No. Because there was another young lady that he was seeing.
You knew that?
Yeah.
So Trayvon Martin was in a relationship with another girl, another young lady?
Yeah.
And the relationship with you wasn't like that?
No.
So you just considered yourself like phone friends or pals?
Friends.
But there were so many texts, weren't there? Hundreds and hundreds? In just a 2-week period?
Some of the texts is not even me. Some of the texts are not even me texting him. My friend got my phone and we texted him several things.
It's like a 3-way texting thing?
What?
I don't know
No,
what-
texting him from my phone and he thinking that's me. Did you see the text?
Yeah, so are you saying then that sometimes your friends would text Trayvon Martin using your phone and he would think it was
Yes,
from
when
you?
I'm busy doing something or driving, they would text for me.
Mhm. So a lot of the texts then are from other people?
Just 2, that's it.
Just 2?
Yeah, 2.
But you were there with them when they made them?
Yes, they was in my house, yes, in the car, yes.
But there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of texts.
Some are me. I'm not going to deny it. Some are me, some are not me.
I kind of got off track a little bit there because I was talking about the interview that you gave that was recorded.
Yes.
Have you ever listened to that interview?
Nope.
Never listened to
like
it even once?
Around when I met you?
Right.
Yes.
Did you listen to it all the way through?
During our interview? Between me and you?
Well, let's set the stage a bit. We met at a deposition in March of this year. And
March
then
15th?
Yeah, thereabouts, sure.
March 15th, Wednesday, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock something.
Right. And we didn't quite finish. Correct?
Yeah, we ended at around 6.
Mm-hmm. And then we met again the next month.
No, we met again that Friday. When you did not want to interview me that Friday.
I didn't want to interview you?
Well,
we didn't have an interview, did we?
No.
We hadn't finished on Wednesday.
You interviewed his brother.
Right. We were interviewing several people, and you knew that.
Yeah.
You were kind of...
But we agreed to that Friday.
Mm-hmm. And then we had a schedule.
You said, this is what you said. Well, not you, but your partner had said, oh, between Trayvon's brother and me, it'll be better if you interview his brother before me. We'll do it next time. Not you, but him.
Because of scheduling?
No. He took 4 hours. In my interview, the third interview took 4 hours. I could have did my 4 hours.
I'm sorry that you were inconvenienced, but we did not have the interview on Friday because of scheduling issues. Would you agree with that?
You should have picked me up on Thursday.
Sure. We then were able to meet again the next month.
April 30th.
Okay, good enough. So what I'm trying to get at now is that you said you had in fact listened to your interview with Mr. Crump when we first met. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And was that during the deposition itself or before?
The day of the interview between.
But before you and I spoke?
No, the same day.
You hadn't ever listened to your interview before that day?
Not the whole interview, no.
In the interview, there was a discussion of the interview, what I mean is the interview that Mr. Crump did of you on the phone that was recorded on or about March 19th. Okay. And in that interview, you were describing for him what it was that Trayvon Martin said to the man. And you said...
He did not say describe. He said he just asked what happened that night.
Right. And in response to that, you said that Trayvon Martin said to the man, "Why are you following me?" And the man's response was, "What are you talking about?"
I did not say that. I don't recall I said that.
And then you changed it. And then you said,
Crump
"What are you talking about?"
I can explain Crump interview.
Okay.
Crump interview, I really did not want to do the interview with Crump. So I hurry up on Crump interview because I really did not want to be on the phone talking about the situation, deadly situation. I don't talk about death. So
you didn't
Crump interview, I rushed it out. I had told you from the, when we met, I had rushed, and I had told the state I rushed on Crump interview. Crump interview was nothing. Crump interview don't mean nothing to me.
You didn't take it seriously?
Nope.
If you weren't going to take it seriously, why didn't you just refuse to do it?
Well, I'm already there on the phone.
But you're at home, right?
In the closet? You think I wanted to be in the closet that long?
My question is, if you didn't want to do the interview, why didn't you just say no? I'll talk to the police instead.
No, it was already there, and I had agreed to the interview, so why am I say no? It's already too late.
So at that point, you felt you were committed to it?
Yes.
So you had to go through with it?
Yes.
But you weren't taking it seriously?
I'm rushing on that.
You weren't even paying particular attention to what you were saying?
I was. I was.
Okay, so when you were telling Mr. Crump that Trayvon Martin said, "Why are you following me?" the first response that you gave to Mr. Crump that is attributed to the other man, George Zimmerman, is, "What are you talking about?" And then you changed it and said,
Objection, improper impeachment.
Sustained.
a moment for the proper impeachment.
Let me mark this, please.
Sure.
This is a CD of a portion of the interview that we're referring to now.
I'm going to mark it as double B.
Sure.
Trish, is that what it is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No, this is, just to set the stage, this is the part of the interview that we obtained through ABC News, not from Mr. Crump. So that's the specific aspect of this that we're referring to.
Okay, and
Your Honor, may we approach the bench regarding this issue?
yes, you may. 15-minute recess. If you'll stay seated for just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your notepads face down on the chair and follow Deputy Jarvis back into the jury room. T, can you ask? With anything until you're finished, so you're still on the stand. Corporal Dems will help you out. Court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Please be seated. Court is back in session. I now see that the witness isn't here. If we could please get her here. And counsel want to approach. Yes. Okay, are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring them in.
Jurors are present.
Please be seated. All settled in? Okay. Mr. West, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I might approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Gentile, I'd like to direct your attention to page 209 of the deposition. I'm going to give it to you to read and take as much time as you would like. This is the question about what you told Mr. Crump at the telephone interview that the man, or George Zimmerman, said when Trayvon Martin said, "Why you following me?" Are you oriented a bit? Okay. So, as you can see here,
You need to read that to yourself and let Mr. West know when you're finished.
you can start with line 14 or 15, and you see that's when the tape itself was played. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Remember, in the deposition, we asked about this,
yes,
and we actually played the
yes.
recording for you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so just take your time to read it, and I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
You don't
That's
say-
it. Yes, that's it. Just this, no? Just from line 15 until the line 23.
Okay.
All right? So, may I go ahead and ask you a couple of questions about it then?
Allow me to interject an objection regarding, it should be from page 209 to, I believe it's page 212 to have a complete answer.
You can do that on your
Yes.
redirect.
So do you remember being in the deposition?
Yes.
And we were asking, should I return to the podium?
Yes.
I think so too.
Please speak into the mic.
Ms. Gentile, do you remember being in deposition in Miami on Wednesday, March 13th, and we were talking about this same subject.
Yeah.
And I asked you what George Zimmerman said in response to Trayvon Martin saying, "Why are you following me?" And we actually played the recording of that section. Remember that?
Yes.
And
I had told you, and it said on the depot paper that you have right now, that I had rushed on the interview between me and Crump.
No. And I had told you that in that depot paper that you have there, that I have.
Rush on the interview between me and Crump.
Right, so I got you what your explanation is as to why you may have said something or not. But specifically, when you were in the deposition under oath,
yes,
having heard the recording, I asked you, on the recording, did you say the man is like, "What you talking about?" And your answer was yes, I did say that.
What? Can I see it? Can I see it?
Sure.
I'm referring to, again, to line 15 that says, "Play it again," and we played a portion of the audio. And I said to you, "Is that what you said?" And your answer was yes. If I said in the recording, that's what I said. And I said, on the recording, did you say the man is like, "What you talking about?" And your answer was yes, I did say that. You remember that?
It was in.
Do you acknowledge that those were your answers that day to the questions that we've just read?
Might have been. Might have been. Because we were having the same issue with my voice. So.
It might have been. I couldn't hear what you said.
Might have been because if I said yes.
You have
but
to speak into the microphone, please. Speak into the microphone.
Might have been.
So is that your answer or not?
Yes.
So what you are saying is that indeed what you told Mr. Crump in this recorded interview, that what George Zimmerman said in response to him saying, "What you following me," or "Why you following me," George Zimmerman said, "What are you talking about?"
Oh, that's what you're talking about? No.
And I think we'll have to address the recording itself. Should
I had told you. You listening?
Yes, ma'am.
I had told you what happened to me in Crump interview. I had Rush on it. Are you listening?
One more time, I'm sorry, I was distracted. You told me what?
I had told you during the interview between me and Crump, I had Rush on it. And before that interview, I had told the mom if the officer want to talk to me, they could talk to me to know exactly what happened. And I had told you that on the depot. And I had told you, and they said it right there, I rushed on it. I had told you I rushed on it.
When you say you rushed on it, mean you hadn't thought it through carefully to be sure that you spoke?
I just told it.
That you told
Trayvon Park. Literally told Trayvon Park.
Are you saying that you rushed through it and you didn't think about it carefully enough to be sure that you told it accurately?
Yes.
I'd like to move on to something else because we don't have time today to deal with the recording or the video of the deposition.
Go ahead and ask the questions as you see fit.
Thank you. Ms. Gentile, I'd like to also talk with you briefly at this time about the 911 call with the screams for help? Do you remember that call?
Yes. Yes.
That was the recording that was made by one of the people, I'm sorry, that was the recording that was made by emergency services on a 911 call that was placed by one of the people that lived in the community where this happened.
Yes.
And you've said, I think, on direct examination, that you have listened to that recording, correct?
Yes.
And you've listened to it on television?
Yes.
Have you listened to it anywhere else?
On that depot, yes.
So you heard it at the deposition as well?
I don't remember. I don't remember, but you had talked about it, I think. And I had told you it was Trayvon. It sounded like Trayvon. It had sound like Trayvon.
I'm sorry, what?
It had sound like Trayvon.
Well, today you told Mr. De La Rianda that it was Trayvon Martin's voice.
I had told you on the depot it was Trayvon's voice.
Let me show you this. Council's reference, page 190, line 18. If I'd have you take a look here, beginning with line 18, through line 23.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to read there, line 18 through line 23?
I object to line 23. Improper. It doesn't repeat the whole answer that she gave. The answer actually goes through.
Take as much time as you want. Read the whole thing if you want. Or maybe we could break until the morning if that would be
No. I'm leaving down today.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I'm leaving today. Nope.
Are you refusing to come back tomorrow?
To you?
Are you refusing
Okay,
to come?
we need to keep this a question and answer about her testimony. Any other matters dealing with scheduling, I will make that decision. So if you'll continue to keep reading, please.
What do you want?
Have you read it now? Are you finished?
Take it, man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, do you admit then that you were asked who was screaming for help, and your answer was it could be Trayvon?
Yeah.
It's actually improper impeachment, Your Honor. That doesn't complete her whole answer.
Okay.
I'll be glad to finish it.
You
Of
need
course.
to, please.
Thank you, Judge.
And you had told me it sound like, I told you it sound like Trayvon, because Trayvon have a kind of baby voice. You bring me? Go ahead. Hey.
So the question is, well, who is screaming for help? It's not Trayvon, is it? And your answer, it could be Trayvon. And the question, you know his voice so well. Was that Trayvon screaming for help, or wasn't it? Your answer, it could be. Like I said, I don't know, but it could be. The dudes sound kind of like Trayvon. Trayvon do got that soft voice and that baby voice sometimes. So it could be, I don't know, you know it's not. And that's the end of the quote. Do you acknowledge that you made those statements, those answers to those questions under oath and deposition?
Yes.
May we break for the day, Judge?
Any objections?
I'd like to continue, but I defer to the court, but.
How much more time do you think that you need to finish your cross?
Well, I certainly wouldn't. I don't know for sure. I would think we should plan on at least a couple of hours.
What? Excuse me, please be quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening. Everybody still remain seated, including you, Ms. Gentile. Please remain seated. During the overnight recess, I'm instructing you not to discuss the case amongst yourselves nor with anybody else. Do not read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case. Do not use any type of an electronic device to get on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, and terminology. Do not read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case. Do I have your assurances that you will abide by these instructions? Okay, please leave your notepads face down on the chair, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. Please be seated. Ms. Gentile, we're going to continue with your testimony tomorrow at 9 a.m. During the overnight, you're not to discuss your testimony with anybody, and that includes the lawyers, because you're considered to still be on the witness stand, okay? So it's not proper to talk about what you have testified or what you're going to testify. So we will see you at 9 a.m. Corporal Demps will escort you out of the courtroom. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we recess for the day? And before we do, I have something to give counsel. Okay. Mr. Guy, you want to come up and get that? Thank you. Court will be in recess until 9 a.m.